Today we are doing some development. We are creating a tool that allows me to drag and drop in images and convert them to STL files so I can include them in my CNC workflow. And I've been working on this for a few weeks. This is actually today's development of version 2 with lessons learned, and we'll see how things go. Come on and join me for this ride.
I'm a heartbreaker. I'm a heartbreaker. Yeah, I'm a heartbreaker. I'm a heart. Yeah, I'm a heartbreaker. Do it for the fun of it. Yeah, I'm a heartbreaker. I hope what a killer. Do it for the fun of it. Wanna be a king slave. Give me my crown. Bottom to your queen pin. Give it to me now. Bottom to your queen pin. Yeah, you better listen up. Listen when I'm feeling it. Yeah. Morning.
That's right. You just watched me build, or you're watching me build, a virtual team that I'm going to use to help me develop this project. Cursor keeps reaching out to me, asking me for too much information, and I'm trying to get it to automate its work. Only it hasn't been automating its work. It keeps reaching out to me. I want to be able to give it a set of instructions and let it just make it. But I don't want to give it like 52 agents. You don't need 52 agents. What you need, well, if you want to put certain agents in charge of very specific aspects of the project, you can do that. But that's going to cause your token count to go up sky high. Even simple tasks have to be validated. Everything you do has to be validated if you want it to work. And at home, I do just a lot of experimentation. I'm at home today, and I'm even experimenting with techniques of how I can write code to help me write code even better. I've got the incense burning over here, which I know calms me down. It kind of overloads my sense of smell. The room that I'm in right now is relatively quiet, without any external noises. The room is dark, and I decided to introduce some new elements. Really loud club music, mainly for the beat and the rhythm, and the lighting. Normally, this kind of lighting would overload my visual senses and then cause me to want to withdraw or leave the room. But I'm forcing that sensory overload to try to put myself in a different mental state. I'm not anxious. Um, Usually I'd be anxious by now, but I'm not. And I'm using a combination of loud music, visual senses, and virtual team generation to try to help me to get into sort of a zen, and it's working. I have had trouble with even noticing the time if it wasn't for a fact that a clock was sitting in front of me, because an entire half hour just goes by so fast. Um, if you're going to put agents in charge of certain things, you need to lock those agents into those things, okay? Don't let them do anything else. But they need to have validations. They need to have some kind of a workflow that they're required to follow. If you don't do that, you're going to find yourself doing a lot of reworks. You gotta have validations, and that's going to eat up some. That's going to eat up some of your tokens. So what's the deal with tokens? Tokens are how our work is represented in the AI world. The more work you do, the more tokens you're churning out. They're basically a measurement of the text going in, what the AI is doing with its compute, and then what it spits back out. All of that is tokens. And so the more you can offload onto your computer, the better. The more tools you can use, the better. But every time you use a tool back in the world of whatever AI you're using, every time you're using their tools, it's costing you tokens. Just like tokens on the merry-go-round. I mean, tokens on the carousel. You don't want to have the AI back on the server controlled by somebody else who's billing you for it. You don't want that using up more of your tokens, because in the case of Cursor, they'll just suck the money right out of your account unless you set limits. And I set limits on mine because they sucked $427 out of my account, US, in the first week of January alone, after their new pricing model change. So, in this project, I haven't locked in the minimization of tokens yet, but I will. There's a code like hell phase where you just do what you got to get done and make a minimum viable product, and then you start paying attention to ROI, which I will be. I think it would probably be better to do that in the beginning, but my focus today is not on ROI. My focus today is on experimentation. All right, let's get back to the music and get back to work. And I know she's listening. Shout out to my wife for bringing me this wonderful bologna sandwich. Keeping it cheap, keeping the ROI real.
big dreams. Brain don't stop. Big dreams.
Wanna go dumb? Yeah, I need that. We don't give up. Where my girls at? Wanna cop this Louis V bag? Born to slay. I'm counting up, talking to the boss. Can follow my lead. Yeah, I got the sauce. It's dripping off me. Forget the cost. Your budget is cheap. But living so lavishly. Get it like me. Gold, gold. Shine my feel like it's from below. Never chase, only choose what we own. Bet you got me, but you don't. No, no. Be like you knew me from way back before. Well, it ain't like that no more. Hop in if I'm an old. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Credit card, no limit. All of my girls win it. Selfie in 1 minute. Like lights, camera, action. Yeah. Credit card, no limit. They don't know who did it. Do it from the gram, pin it. Like lights, camera, action. Running it, running it, running it up. Running it up, up, up. Running it, running it, running it up. Running it up. Limit, no limit now. Running it, running it, running it up. Running it up, up, up. Running it, running it, running it up. Running it up. Limit, no limit now. No limit, no limit. No limit, no limit. No limit, no limit now. Get what I want like eeny, miny, mo. Ripping off tags, yeah, you must think this is a joke. Every time I pull up kinda fruity like a roll up, I be sweet and sour tangy and I'm sipping on a cola. I be counting all my money like I'm an accountant. I be losing track again cause I be moving the mountains like gold, gold. Shine my feel the gaze from below. Never chase, only choose what we own. Bet you got me, but you don't. No, no. Be like you knew me from way back before. Well, it ain't like that no more. Hop in if I'm an old. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Credit card, no limit. All of my girls win it. Selfie in 1 minute. Like lights, camera, action. Yeah. Credit card, no limit. They don't know who did it. Do it from the gram, pin it. Like lights, camera, action. Running it, running it, running it up. Running it up, up, up. Running it, running it, running it up. Running it up. Limit, no limit now. Running it, running it, running it up. Running it up, up, up. Running it, running it, running it up. Running it up. No limit, no limit now. Lights, camera, action. Lights, camera, action. Lights, camera, action. Lights, camera, action. Adding a syllable. Bad habit. Adding a syllable. Bad habit. Bad habit.
Dance along the bushes.
Adding a syllable. Bad habit. Adding a syllable. Bad habit. Bad habit. Bad habit. Adding a syllable. That's the minimum. Adding a syllable. Adding a syllable. That's the minimum. Adding a syllable. That's the minimum. Let's go. funky Barbie, covered in pink and red. It's kind of funny when you give yourself a chance. Funky Barbie, it's giving me confidence. Ooh, I wanna party. I'm gonna dance. And let's be naughty. A dance is not a sin. Smells like money. Anybody steal my jam? Let's get cocky. Let the night begin. Listen, darling, just give yourself a chance. I saw your face in a big crowd, and now it's all I think about. I've had some leads, but nothing found. A puzzle I can't figure out. I'm running circles and I don't have a plan. I've got myself stuck with an impossible task. Looking through my files and I'm checking the news. I'm trying everything I can to get back to you. I'm in pursuit.
taken hours to. Here, let's stop that music. It's taken hours to train the AI to code as a team, but it's working. And you can see that it's popping open the application, collecting logs, testing things. I mean, it's really going to town. So I'm going to let it continue working and get some coffee, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Get down, 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 down. Get down, 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 get down, 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 down. Get down, get down, 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 down. Get down, 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 down. Get down, 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 down. On God. Talking about shit. I like my money. I like my green. I like my money. I like my. I like my money. I like my green. I like my money. Know what I mean? I like my money. I like my green. I like my money. I like my. I like my 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 like on God. Talking about shit. I like my money. I like my green. I like my money. I like my money. I like my green. I like my money. Know what I mean? I like my money. On God. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? On God. On God. Talking about shit. No cap. I don't like to play, but I'm really on. No cap. I like to party. I like to. I do what I want, when I want, where I want. No cap. I like to party. I don't like to play, but I'm really on. No cap. I like to party. I like to. I do what I want, when I want, where I want. No cap. I like to party. I like to party. I like to. No cap.
Oh, what an afternoon, huh? Let me turn this music down a little. There we go. Am I getting over the music? Oh, I gotta tell you, I have really, really enjoyed doing AI development. I need to get into working on the more hands-on projects in here because I've got a couple of them that are outstanding. We have the electronics box assembly to do for the CNC project. What you see me working on now is attempting to get my own relief studio, my own base relief creation without having to buy something from Carveco and Vectric, which are Vectric is really popular, and I am leaning in that direction, but I'm following the old practice of if you've got a bunch of money invested in something, you probably ought to see it through to the end. Unless, of course, it's not within your abilities or not within your time. Time I've got. Time I've got. I would like to get this thing done faster, but I know, just because I know, that the ROI is still good. I'm still good on the ROI because when I walk away from this project, if I can get it to work, that it's I've learned a lot in the process. But right now what we're trying to do is we're trying to get an application here. Let me turn off the disco lights here, or at least get it where it's not so crazy. There we go. Let me see if I can slow it down some. We'll reset it. LED only. Okay, we'll go with that for now. All right. We're trying to get it to accept that when I drag something onto the canvas, that's our input. Man, I did manage to get pretty far into this. I'll show you the text geometry pipeline. This has a few bugs in it. Let's see where we are with it. Yeah, this has got some bugs in it. This was working the other day. We'll get that one solved. But I was even up to the point of exporting and the SVG files and importing them into Autodesk Fusion. So it was working. And that pipeline is automated. I haven't tested the automation part to any great deal, but I did manage to get it to put on quite a show as a kind of a demo mode. It was amazing. Wish I had that on video. It was a pretty wild day. It's up in my Facebook feed, the kinds of images it was creating using just text. And on that day, the AI was in complete control of that application. Here's another. Let's see, where did I put it? Oh yeah, I coded out PDF to PNG today. This might have been yesterday. I don't remember. But here it is. And this is so that I could look up PDF files on research paper sites, export them to image files, re-import them back into the AI, and have the AI interpret, OCR them, optical character recognition, OCR them, and then offer me answers to questions. And it's how we got the new version of Relief Studio. Well, I guess you could call it version 1.5 screens for Relief Studio started before I decided to just completely change everything and go with a version 2 and just keep going. But this PDF to PNG was working out really well. It's going to be a tool that I use going forward. And what else do I have? This is actually Relief Studio 1.5. And let's see if I can figure out how to start it up. And it's got problems. I'm just going to say that right now. So here we'll double click this and go into, and see the math isn't controlling the depth maps very well. It's not producing a very good height map. So I've got more work to do on this. I want to give myself maybe a different... Here, this is going to take a long time. I'm going to increase this up to 32 masks. And let's see if I can regenerate this. So you see already off the bat, this has got a problem. I don't know if I did drag and drop on the original image. Let's see if I did. Nope. Anything else? Did I give myself the ability to bring in an image? Well, I thought I did. I thought I gave myself the ability to do that. Apparently it's not working today. But the last time I left this off on this is a version 1, Relief Studio version 1 page, I gave myself the ability, I thought, to drag and drop right into here and then to start making adjustments and then regenerate relief. But I see that regeneration is not working. I tried to give myself a reverse engineering capability, but it's not working. Let's see if we can get you a better relief to work with. So this is over processing. we'll get to that at a different day. Let's see. This is using like version 0.5 logic. We'll bring in a very simple one. And it's doing some actual conversion live right here in this preview window to give us the ability to have an image. But it also needs work. To increase the height of it. Let me bring in a piece of wood. I enabled this with the ability to have workpieces. See if I can remember how I did it. I thought I had the ability to add in certain sizes of blocks of wood. There it is, show workpiece block. So there's a block of wood, and I can tell you right now that this particular relief is too far up, because that's the reason why it's red. So let's change the height of the relief to bring it back down inside the wood. There it is, now it's in the wood. And you can tell by the length of the cuts that I designed it so that you could like literally cut deeper. There I'm changing the height of the relief. So this has some desirable features and it has undesirable features. Here we'll invert. There we go. So some stuff I like, some stuff I don't like, but it's a work in progress. So you can see that some of the features are indeed working. So if I wanted this to be a cutout in the in a tabletop, I would be able to work with this right away and then maybe use some sandpaper following it. But it still has some issues. We'll zoom in. And the folks over at Vectric have fixed these issues. I will probably have Relief Studio 2.0 AI reach into 1.0 version and pull out some of the features and bring them over, because I really like this. One of the things I want to do on the kitchen on the farm table that I built is put it up onto a table and cut in my household logo. This is my household logo. So you can see that relief height has some issues. I probably will give it a center crosshatch and have negative relief height and positive relief height. But already it failed the inverted height. Now watch up here where it says auto perfect. As soon as I move relief height, that'll uncheck, I think. Nah, but it messes it up. I have to toggle it. It's off. Yeah, so something's happening. It's blowing up the image, and when I initiate auto perfect, it's fixing it. So I've got to find out what's going on in the logic there, because I really, really, really like this. This is much further along than I thought it was. Then it's just a matter of taking this logic and doing some coding with it and adding necessary minimum viable product features. But I really, really, really like what it's doing here. This is a simple image, but let's see what happens when we bring in a new image. Here's a picture of me with Poppy before she died. And you can see that with real pictures, it really struggles. And the people over at Vetric have already solved these issues. And I have since learned that you don't fix a lot of these issues with the masking. You can do masking, yes, you can do a lot of masks, but the real fixes are in the post 3D object conversion, where you smooth things over, play around with the masks, allowing yourself to set values on the weights on the different masks. There's all kinds of things that I could be doing. Some of these features might work, some of them might not work. I don't know if export STL works. I think it does. Let's see what the log says down here. Yep, I think export to STL is probably not working. Oh, what's that? Let's see what happens. I don't know if this is working or not. We'll find out. It doesn't matter that this is all messed up. What matters right now in the feature I'm testing is, will it export to STL, and can I get it into Fusion? I'm banking that I can set up an automated workflow that takes things automatically into Fusion, uses the appropriate tools that I choose I want to use, and gives me my paths, selecting the tools that I choose to set within my programming code. I'm looking forward to the day when I can set up, either build or buy, the make or buy decision, an automatic tool changer. What influenced me to do this project was watching Iron Man outtakes, watching Iron Man too many times, where he had himself an AI that was, Tony Stark had an AI that was controlling his automation environment. I said I want that. All right, so let's insert a mesh. Select from computer. I put it in my downloads folder. Let's see what shows up. I have no idea what we're about to see. This is the first time I'm doing this. So it's the wrong mesh. It's a rather large mesh, I'll tell you that. Learning a lot by looking at this. So this is definitely not the right mesh, but it gives me a little bit of insight as to what's going on inside the application's memory. So somewhere in the application memory, it's remembering this in one of the variables. It's got it locked in. And that is not that. See? So definitely something going on. But you see, this is technical. That's all a symptom. And that's all fixable and doable. I love it. So probably there's most likely 3 different variables back inside the code that are remembering certain values. This should be the one that they're all looking at for conversion to STL, but somehow some old code is getting stuck. That's okay, because I've got techniques for causing the AI to show me how each of its classes are constructed, and I can see what's going to where, what's the output of one class versus the input of another class, to see what it's doing. I just haven't gotten that far yet. What else can I show you? We'll go into image library. I actually lost all of these images. I've got to go find out where it's stashing them. Pretty sure it's stashing them in app data. Let's go find app data. I told it to create a cache, and the place where you keep caches for applications is in a folder called app data in the Windows environment. So let's find out which one it put it in. So here's big cache. Got blob storage. Nothing in blob storage. They could be inside that DB file. This is a SQLite database. I could give it a tool to allow me to export all the images from the library. Most likely these are things that I told it to save. I'm gonna do something that's really safe. I want to recover all these and get them put them back into a folder, because I'm a little concerned about them being lost right now out of my file system. One of the AIs that I was working with actually blew it away, which, you know, I'm not mad. It's just one of those things. Let me go to that project. So I didn't really have a name for this project in the very beginning. I just called it STL, but eventually it became known as the ReliefForge Studio. Please. This is how easy this is. So it's running, getting ready to write a piece of code to export what we have in our image library from ReliefForge over to the local pictures folder for the running user, which is really cool. Do you know how long that would have taken, you know, just 3 years ago to do something like that? That's right. I don't talk about politics here. It's not something I do. it wants us to run the app in the background. Let's see if it starts it. This app has been enabled with an API so that it can be part of a workflow. Its API is a little iffy. The TextForge that I built, it has a fully functioning API, and it works like a champ. So I will be able to create images, create various layouts of text, and export those to an SVG file, and then get those into whatever environment I need them in. So using all automation, and that's the value of that. Eventually there'll be an MCP running on this machine with access to AIs. I'm starting to nail down just the right set of words to use to get the OpenAI GPT to come back with images. Now, it's going to take a lot more work. You can go to ChatGPT right now and tell it to produce for you what are called bas relief images. But there's a lot more to it than that. I kid you not, there's a lot more to it. Plus you're burning through your tokens. Whatever I can do locally to not burn through my tokens by using just math, I would rather do that. I mean, using ChatGPT is how I've managed to achieve a lot of the images I have today. But again, you're paying for that. When you start to talk about doing this at scale, you want to minimize your cost as much as possible. For example, this image was created by ChatGPT. But there's also a lot wrong with it. So it's not exactly trial and error, but it is an awful lot of fail forward. And what I've been doing is teaching the AI my techniques for problem solving so that it can work in a very strict framework for solving problems in order to make a feature work. And I do allow it to do a code like hell technique up front, and then once I start to see things have stabilized and all the features that I want are working, then I go back and I have another set of techniques that I use for cleaning up that code and reorganizing it. See, this is one of the advantages of being an old school programmer is, you know, I'm not fresh out of the university. I guess you could probably say that when you get to be about 50 years old in any particular craft, you probably have multiple PhDs in that craft by now. There's a lot of things I don't know and I don't have experience with, so I don't want to allow Dunning-Kruger effect to kick in here. But all of that experience matters. And you can take that experience to an AI and you kind of know already intuitively what to do. It's just a matter of learning how to do it with the AI. But I see AI as a very complex calculator. So I'll talk to it like it's a living, breathing human being, but I know it's not. It's just a very advanced calculator. Alright, so it's having trouble running the app, so I'm not going to waste any more tokens on this. I'm just going to open it. Let's get out of the original Relief Studio app. And we're going to go to desktop where all my shortcuts are. Yeah, that's what I used to call it, was the PNG to STL Orbit Lab. We'll change its name. So this opened up a port on the computer directly to the application. There it goes. It's starting to export the images out of the library. So they're not all lost. This is an image that was provided by somebody in a Facebook group as an example of a good relief. And I have a hunch she produced this probably in Vectric. Oh, it's so good to see all these exported out. I was so worried I would have lost them. So these were from when I was sick the other day. Last week, I think it was Wednesday, I took the day off. I was just, had worked so hard that I just got sick. I needed a mental health day. I was dragging, I was having trouble staying awake, just all of it. I even had a blood pressure event that day, about halfway through the day. Let's see. Let's go back to the Orbit Lab. See if I don't remember if I enabled drag and drop. Did I enable drag and drop? I did not. Okay, did I enable it here? Nope. So this is an iconic Western scene. And you can see already it's having serious issues. So it's not processing properly. I'll try to reprocess it. So I indicated to the AI that this was already a height map. It does not have the ability to automatically detect that. And so what I learned from the Vectric people was that I need the ability to modify this after it's been converted to a 3D object. Now I'm going to make the piece of wood go away. And already you can start to see that I have some similar issues. I'm absolutely sure that the Vectric programmers experienced these same issues when they were first developing this, so they finally sorted it out. Like, I know for a fact that there's edge detection issues going on with the masks. And there's some plane problems. Let me see if I can increase the number of masks. Did I give myself that ability? I didn't. So if I were to increase the number of masks and allow myself to manipulate the weights on those masks, I probably would be able to do some testing of this, and even set up an AI to manipulate those to see how close it can get to a real image. Now I want to try some other things to see what they look like. So this has a great deal of potential. So why does this have a great deal of potential? For the ability to be able to cut a piece of jewelry out of whatever metal. That's not the way to do it, but you know, that's just a capability. So let's see what we have if I invert the height. So nothing's happening when I invert the height. Not real happy about that. Looks like some of my settings aren't working very well. It's like they're ignoring. Let's see what happens when I pull this in. A lot of noise, what we call noisy spikes. So I see I've got some malfunctions going on. Let's try what happens when I put in another one. I think the source image matters. So you can see these are cutting in, the pieces of wood are cutting in, and that's like the wrong direction. When the people at Vectric see what I've, or one of the other app developers sees what I've got here for one of my images, they'll know that I've been looking at their stuff. But this isn't for commercial use. This is for my own use. Let's bring in Sussy here. She shoots in competitions. And so I thought I'd see about making a an image of her in here. You're going to see a lot of noise. I mean, it's going to create a lot of spikes. This is not a height map. But I want to be able to invert that height, and for whatever reason, that feature is not working for me today. It worked in the beginning, probably some kind of variable toggling issue. See, that's no good. So yeah, buggy. So you see that's cutting in, and I'm trying to invert it, and for whatever reason it doesn't want to invert today. All right, let's try a different one. Let's go into the image library and let's pick this one. This is a Diagon Alley bookend, Diagon Alley bookshelf feature. I am wondering if I can create something that allows me to create objects that a person can put on their bookshelf. But my CNC router, the professional one, is being designed so that it can have deep penetration into wood. And I'm not going to tell you all the techniques that I'm considering, but I am considering some techniques that would allow for some aspects of CNC routing that take more time, but yield a higher quality image. So you can see I am creating masks, but I need the ability to change values of the masks. And I don't know how they all work. I'm still learning. Like, I want to be able to create, up to however many masks I want, because I know that that causes higher quality is when you have more masks. And then each mask has a certain weight to it. And each mask, I think, is in charge of various aspects of the image. Yeah, see, so there's a problem with the values. Keep in mind, I don't know if you noticed this, but I want you to look at that pop-up. Notice how the pop-up has a glow around it. I absolutely love that. The AI came up with that. And so I'm going to have it, I will probably have it export an explanation of how it created that, because I really, really love this neon green, this matrix green, old school terminal green with the old school glow that old cathode ray tube displays used to have. I think that's really wickedly cool. So let's go look at some of the newer stuff I was working on earlier today. I call it the Bass Relief Generator. And it has some problems. It's where I first started playing with dragging and dropping. And you can see it's processing. It's a rather large image. And so I want to take that and go straight into a 3D. And it does. But you can see here that it's got a problem with edge. The edges have values that are too high. So I really love this interface where we completely maximize the use of the screen space. This is part of the experimentation I've been working on. Now the mesh, the 3D mesh, is just really bad, but what I was experimenting with here was not the mesh. It was the user interface. And here's a slide out. Now you notice how it changed the perspective? That was not desired, so I'll have to figure out why it's doing that. And so the reason why you're seeing these edges popping up like they are is because there's like several masks in here, okay? And each of those masks represents a certain aspect of the image. And one of those masks has to do with the edges of things. And it's set to a value that is causing the spikes to show up on the edges. I don't even know what some of these do. Yeah, it looks like some of it is malfunctioning. Does invert relief work? Nope. So there are some problems with the controls, but that's not what's important. What's important is that here I can slide a control out and I can make it go away. What I want to do is be able to slide it out, and then when I move my mouse away, the control just goes away. So I really love this interface. I like how I can have different points of view. And I also like that I can freely rotate the image. Make the grid go away. Can scale. Can drag left and right. What I'm doing is, if you notice, I'm using this finger over here on some of the buttons on the keyboard. Let me move the sleeve out of the way. And I've made this behave like some of the apps I'm used to using. So yeah, having fun with it. I don't know why it's putting that rectangle in there. That might be an artifact from one of the features I'm trying to use, called the workpiece. The workpiece represents the wood or the metal. Here I was also playing with this whole process I'm using here is based on some papers on the subject out of Cornell. So I'm using some math from people who study this. And since this isn't being made available for commercial use, I can do that. Let's take this over to the 3D viewer. There we can do inversion at this point. Take it over to 3D viewer. There you go. So you can start to see some differences. Once I get in there and start playing with the masks, I think we'll get a great deal of improvement. I want you to notice how the edges, the edge masks are just lifting up too high. They should be going the other direction. That's a technical issue we can solve. And then I also want the ability to select various areas and remove those. I'll keep it at 24 masks. Actually, there is a problem with the generation. I just changed it to 16 masks, and you'll notice that there's no change. And we'll invert it. There's like literally no change. Now, if you look at this image, you'll see how I'm over here looking at this guy's arm, and see that bright edge? That's our algorithm doing that. That's our math. So that's the reason why those spikes are coming towards us, is because the edge of the sleeve is lit up. And it needs to interpret these edges not as light, but as dark. And I've never used these controls before. Earlier today, I stepped away from the project and started a new relief generator based on some other lessons learned and some other techniques. But I hadn't tested these yet, so let's see what it does. I'm going to drop this all the way down to see what happens. I don't even know if they do anything. Got nothing. Let's see. I'm going to change them all. Drop everything down to the lowest value. Notice how it's got variable names in here. Edge masks base surface dash HL. That's a variable name from some of the math equations. So I'm not seeing any changes, so I'm not convinced that those are actually working. I'm sure something's getting calculated somewhere, but I'm not seeing it here. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Apparently it's only working on the 5 masks version. Maybe it's working on the 8 mask version. Let's try it there. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's take that to the 3D renderer and see what we got. We're not getting spikes on the edges now. We're getting spikes elsewhere. Very interesting. We'll invert that. See what happens when I take silhouette and max that out. So in the inversion process, it was taking these dark edges and making them light, which was causing the spikes. But I'm still seeing things I don't like. It's almost as if it's taking the light areas and making them farther away from us. I'm not really fond of what's happening here. We'll max out everything and see if we get a difference. Because right now the only thing think that has happened here is that my control of the invert toggle has made an effect, but I'm not seeing anything else. Let's regenerate. It's possible that regeneration is not taking into account these weights, but I know it changed something because we saw it earlier. What I would like is the ability to change those weights and then see it, the effect right here inside the viewer. See, what else can I show you in here? I haven't been in the configuration library. I don't know if it works yet. I wasn't testing that. Now I wonder if the kind of drag and drop still works here. Yeah, still works. Let's see if it reloads. Yeah, it's reprocessing on drop. That's good. It'll take it a while because it's not a small image. Let's see what it looks like in 3D. So, yeah, a lot of changes to do. The basics are there. Now we just got to work on the masking. Now we're going to bring all the values down. What I'm trying to determine here is if these values are, these weights are affecting anything at all. So So I took everything down. I don't see much of a difference there. So I don't think that's working the way I intended it. Just play with it and see what else we can do. Here's a New York skyline. Could be better. I've been working on this for, a week or two. I'd like the ability to smooth these. I got to sort out mathematically how they're smoothing. That was a height map that was created by an AI. So a lot of problems there. This was a height map created by somebody else's AI. Coming up. Now, this I think is a proper height map. So watch what it does. This already has smoothing applied. Look at all the wonderful smooth gradients that are in there. And you'll see how that has an effect on the image. It's a wonderful effect when smoothing's applied. We'll invert that, and then we'll take that into the 3D viewer. And so very beautiful image. A lot fewer problems, a lot less spiking. I want you to, if you can, watch my fingers. This has some physics to it. I didn't create that physics, the AI did. Move, let go. Move, let go. Notice how it sort of slowly comes to a stop? The AI created those physics. I gotta tell you another thing. You can tell the AI to do things, and it will do it. Don't believe me? Okay. Let's go into another project that I was working on. I'll just show you. So in this particular video, what I'm about to show you is probably, if anybody really wanted to watch this probably would be the most watched, what I'm about to show you. What's important about what you're about to see is not what it creates. What it creates is kind of simplistic. Rather 1990s, 2000s, if you will, rather 2000s, but it's the fact that an AI controlled it is what's important. And I'm just going to simply tell it to run the demo. It should have saved some demos in there. Let's help it by starting up the app. It's reading the documentation to try to figure out what the demo is. Oh, well, before I can run the demo, we got to fix the grid. really liked how the API was working on this, so I used it as a template, as a model to explain to the other AIs how to set up their APIs. I suspect by the end of the year, you'll see a lot of companies trying to put an AI component into their applications for the old school apps that are out. Plus, you'll see new apps coming. With that, there will be probably an upcharge on the subscriptions that you're paying, because all of that compute is not free. Okay, it's struggling because it doesn't know what to do. Read all project MD files. So I gotta remind it what it's doing. Ugh. This is one of the two projects that was costing me all that money. I was using a specific model of AI, and I was getting billed a lot for that. The first week of July, I paid $427 to Cursor for the model I was using. I'm gonna go over to one of the other projects and pick up the shims folder and drag it in there. This really needs shims. I've started creating common tools that I can use in multiple projects. And I experiment with different folder structures. I'm going to move some things around that are probably going to break the app. But like I said, I'm moving to a standard structure. Refactor is going to be the word for 2026. It's one of the most powerful words and most destructive words an AI-enabled developer can use. I'm not going to do much more housekeeping, but I want you to be able to see the demo. The demo was really, really cool. Now, this whole thing was created by an AI, and you're going to hear people like me say that a lot over the next, I don't know, few months. And then eventually, this will no longer be, it was created by an AI. It will be, it was created by the person's name who was working with the AI. It's just simply that the programming tools have changed. This is what they call vibe coding. But let me tell you, a lot of the vibe coding that's going on is not very well organized. But we will all start to figure out what works and what doesn't work. This is happening across the world. You are going to see some amazing things show up in the next year, and they will happen really fast. The rate of acceleration, if I were to do this as calculus, the rate of acceleration, the rate of change of the failing forward is going to decrease in the amount of time required because of this. Now, there are people working with AI to affect things in the physical world. They are the true innovators. They're the true innovators because they are working with ways to interface in the real world, turning the computer into the rightful brain that it should be in order to manipulate things in the real world. This, my friends, is where droids, Star Wars style droids, happen. And I gotta tell you, the droids are already out there. They're in their infancy, but droids are here. The C-3POs and the R2-D2s are here now. The question is making them useful. For example, I really want to take my robot vacuum cleaner and enable it with an API so an AI can control it. When that hack happens, oh boy, howdy, watch what happens. It won't be the same. I will not go back to the way things were before. Because once you enable something like that with an API and make it a secure API, application programming interface, and then you put an AI behind that where an AI can control that, you can give that AI guardrails to follow. And you can make that little vacuum cleaner do things that it could not do on its own. It has a brain. It knows what to do. It's got software. But with an API, the AI becomes a much more extensive, more complex brain. So the future of AI-enabled home robot vacuum cleaners is coming. It's coming because it has to come. It has to arrive. But that will be a feature that you wind up paying for. I'm still making payments on it, and I'm going to wind up opening it up and looking at it and seeing how it can be hacked. Okay, we seem to have stopped here. Where are we? It's ready to use. All right. Let's see if it's working. It's not working. Okay. ReliefForge type is amazing, and once it's stabilized, I'm gonna just leave it alone because it does what it was intended to do. It's got a few glitches, but I can live with those glitches for now because I've got ways to overcome them in post-production. Post-production to me in this case is I'm working inside Fusion. There it goes. I don't know if you caught that, but it's using the API. AI actually created an arctext object. You have no idea how long it's taken to get this to this point. It's still malfunctioning. There's some things that are not happening that should be happening, but I think the AI is in control of things right now. Oh yeah, there's things working, things not working, but the AI is working on it. One of the reasons why I enable very verbose, like beyond the average verbosity of logging and APIs, very extensive APIs, is so that the AI has an opportunity to observe what's going on. I'm not going to tell you the other tricks. There are other tricks. You're going to have to learn those on your own. But there are some very hardcore manipulations that can happen behind the scenes to make it even better, and I've been exploiting those techniques to the benefit of my employer. So I'm supposed to be able to double click on this text and work with it, and the interface is not working. I know that a lot of these functions that are up here are not yet working, that are in the toolbar, but a lot of them are. It's just I haven't explored those others yet to fix the problems with them. I'm going after minimum viable product. Oh, let's get some more incense burning. Oh. I would really enjoy vibe coding as my vocation, probably for the next 5 years at least. Mainly because I have a lot of ideas I'm trying to get out of my head. These are decades of ideas. Some of the other things that you might see down here below are me working on converting some real-world objects and reverse engineering them into 3D CAD objects so that I can design some other things for the CNC router. I need to build some boxes using material I have on hand that will keep the chips from the CNC routers from flying all over the shop. I want to also put some proper filtered ventilation on them, because when the chips aren't flying properly, when the mill bit is not running properly, due to the operator having put in improper instructions, you can have aluminum chips that are so fine that they float in the air. I've seen it. It's extremely dangerous, in fact deadly for your lungs. You do not want to inhale aluminum chips that are so light that you can inhale them. You do not want to inhale them. They will slice up your alveoli in your lungs, and you're not recovering from that. You're just going to wind up with aluminum in your lungs for the rest of your life, and that is not good. Little tiny aluminum razor blades inside your lungs, no good. Because those will forever tear up the inside of your lungs until they start to oxidize. And now you've got aluminum oxide in your bloodstream. No good. Okay. The AI did previously have me where I could double click on the text and a pop-up would happen where I could change the text. But what I really want is the ability to edit the text right inside the bounding box. I can see we can change the size of it. That's good. I see I can move it around now. So that works. Oh. I think the AI is controlling that. Yep, the AI is controlling that. Yep, the AI is in complete control right now. So we know that the functionality exists. It's just translating that to the human being able to execute it at the keyboard. I'm trying to get it to allow an advanced feature. I want to make sure that it's stable before I execute the demo. Otherwise, you'll be unhappy if something else is breaking. But I can see that programmatically it can create an arc text and a linear text. Arc text is the text that has an arc. Oh, I'm not sure what this is about. I can move it up and down. See how it changes the radius of it by moving it up and down. And there I grab the top handle. Oh, it's breaking. It's only, if I grab the bottom handle, I'm supposed to be able to change the radius. If I grab the top handle, oh, I remember. If I hold the key down on the keyboard a certain way, here, I'll just show you. Here, let me delete this one. Okay. So I'm going to change that font to something nutty. Yeah, it's not letting me go any higher. Here, 90. Alright. And I'm going to move the screen down a little. Now watch how it, see how it's keeping the text close. See how the space between the text? Now watch what happens when I hold down one of the keys on the keyboard. Let me see if I can get it to do it. Oh, there it is. It's the scaling feature. Notice how it's spacing out the text. Now I'm going to hold down another key. Actually, notice how I'm not holding down any keys and it's scaling the size of the text. Let's bring it down here. I'll hold down a key. I'm holding down the wrong key. There. Now it's keeping the size of the font the same, but scaling the radius. This is completely necessary for certain types of text on a radius. Oh, so you don't like that font? You don't like Arial? It's alright. Let's change it to 4-Privet Drive from Harry Potter fame. Let's see what else we've got. Some of these fonts aren't as clean as I'd like. I'd like some cleaner fonts. And yeah, I can change the kerning, which is the spacing. So this has a lot of advanced features that you would want in a kind of app like this. I'm still working on getting it to display fonts as the font. That's not as easy as it looks. Microsoft makes it look real easy. Oh yeah, you can work with fonts that have artwork in them. So all kinds of things you can do. And then I can export it. Let's see if the export's working. And down here in the lower left, you see that there's a status area. And I see that the SVG failed. Not exactly sure why, but the user interface has decided it wants to malfunction. It's forgotten how to zoom in and out. Oh, we have an interface malfunction now. Oh yeah, it's broken. Son of a gun. So I gave it the ability to allow me to turn off the bounding boxes, turn them on. I like dotted bounding boxes. I don't like dashed bounding boxes like other people use. Turn the grid on and off. You can set the size of the grid. This is in millimeters. So it's supposed to be matching the real world when you do your app. And it's supposed to allow us to autosave configurations. It's lost a lot of the configurations, so I'm not sure what happened there. So we're going to close the app. We're going to reopen it because it's having a problem there. I'll move cursor off screen so that I can free up more room for the demo. Oh, yeah, let's not do that. Run your Epic. It's got an Epic Art Show. ASCII Art Show. Continue and revert. It's supposed to be running on a specific port number, and I think I saw where it changed its port to 3456, which is not desirable. It needs to maintain its own port number in order to work properly with other apps running on the same machine. Okay, it's trying to do an Epic Art Show in the chat over here. No. This is what happens when I'm using a lower quality AI model because of the cost of the higher models. I'm having to tell it to run its epicartshow.js using the API. Okay, I gotta stop the art show because Zoom's not working. I can't stop the art show, it's gonna continue running, so I need to turn it off. And turn the app back on. I can see the grid is malfunctioning again. These all started out also as experiments in using Electron for software development. Basically a container for web pages and enabled by Node.js. So many things about it I don't know. Learning. Help it. I'm off on another screen talking to the AI. found it without me. This is the result of verbose logging. This right here is leftover mill plates from when I was QAing for the new CNC project. This failed QA, but it turned out to be quite useful in holding incense. I don't smoke dope or anything like that. I just like the smell of frankincense in the shop. I would prefer to be embering tobacco, but I'll take the I don't want to smoke tobacco because too much of it causes me headaches because of the blood pressure risk, but a little bit of something helps, because what I'm doing is I'm hacking my mind, forcing myself to relax, and frankincense has a very relaxing capability with me. While that's working, let me see what I can and can't do. I can't do anything because the canvas is broken. This big white area is the canvas. And I want to be able to set this kind of feature up, this menu area on the side, as something that, you know, slides in and slides out. But not today, not today. I really like that slide in, slide out feature. And I also like the dark mode. So I'll probably switch it over to dark mode. Light mode like this is old school. It's the younger folks in the last 10 years that have started doing dark mode. And it does seem to be a little easier on the eyes, dark mode. So we're going to restart the app. So what will be fun about ReliefForge type is when I give it a 3D orbit viewer and allow it to have ability to export to SVG, to a mesh. But I'm not there yet. I want to work that interface out. You saw the interface over in the other app over in ReliefForge Studio that allowed me to do some pretty amazing things. So there's some features of the two different 3D orbit viewers that I want to use that are just outstanding. The big thing I like is minimization of use of screen space. Like already in Relief Type Forge, there's a lot of wasted screen space. My mind has started to, in the last few weeks, has started to process an automatic tool changer. There's some pretty amazing automatic tool changers out there. I think my favorite one so far, with least stress on the CNC router, is somebody figured out a vacuum attachment that uses a regular spindle. In fact, the person was using a handheld CNC router as their spindle, and they connected it and adapted it to their own, what appeared to be their own creation. And I want more information about that, because I think I could mill that. And in that way, one would be able to use safer tool changing techniques. Another technique is to modify a torque wrench to allow one to toggle, to take off and put on mill bits. That would be a bit of a challenge, but it would be doable. I think it's doable. I'll say that. There's a technique out there that folks are using, and I think they're stressing their spindles by doing that. It's no good. It's going to wear out the spindles faster. But the folks who are using, one guy that I've seen who's using I think they probably chopped up a torque wrench and put it in his design. I think that's the way to go. And it would be possible to have two torque wrenches in two different directions. One's the tightening up direction, one's the loosening up direction. Doesn't even have to be a torque wrench. And I think he even used a box end wrench in his design to hold the spindle rotor still. It's absolutely amazing what people are doing. I think it's doable. Just a matter of sorting out what's the best for me. And then also there's the make or buy decision. Okay, so grid, still not working. Supposedly the AI worked on it. Let's see what it did. I'm going to give it a screenshot and see what I can do with that. This is a logic error. Logic error. In a logic error, the application is actually running. It's just, it's not, it's malfunctioning in a way that's not caused by a syntax error or some other error. It's just simply all the functions in the app are actually working. It's just they're not operating correctly. That would be a reasonable definition of a logical error. Logical errors are, I think, are the hardest ones in old school programming to troubleshoot. That's why proper documentation of a project is so important. Because in the old school, you would use that documentation to troubleshoot down where the problem is. Part of the problem is it was so much effort to update documentation. This was all old school documentation. To get people to stop what they're doing in the document is it's like you're pulling teeth out of a donkey. It just, not a donkey, but imagine walking up to a donkey and trying to pull its teeth out. That's what it's like to get human beings to, humans aren't donkeys, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's really hard to get people to document, especially when the pressure is on them to produce code. Well, I have solutions. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but I do have solutions. Alright. Reloading. show it. When it does the demo, the art show, it's supposed to save the configurations. You see that it did not. So we have an initialization problem. It's not loading it. It's faulting somewhere. Because even the autosave configuration we have is not loading. Yep, I used to call it text geometry pipeline. Then eventually I came up with the name ReliefForge type. Because that's the purpose of it. I'm producing imagery for use in CNC reliefs. But I can use it for whatever I want, really. Once you export something to SV or to a STL or SVG, you can use it in a lot of different environments. I'll show you. Let's see if I have any left in the output folder. So I'll bring up Word. So there's a Word document, and I'll go see if I can find my output folder for this. So what I just loaded was an SVG. Here, I'll show you. These were output products of ReliefForge type. I got to move that to another screen while it's troubleshooting. This is where it had some malfunctions with the fonts. Let's see what else I can bring in. More malfunction with the fonts. More malfunction. This is where it was causing things to lean when they weren't. In fact, it was using totally the wrong font. So there you go. Experimentations with fonts. And you can see the font itself was exporting the application was exporting an object's origin, and that's not supposed to happen. So I'll have to correct that. And here, this object was exporting its origin geometry as well. That is also not supposed to happen, because you can see it showing up in the output. And I don't know if this is smart enough to allow me to crop, because it's not an image. It's not an RGB image. It's an SVG. Can it crop it? Let's see. It can. So it can at least be cropped. And I want you to notice that the SVG maintains its smooth lines as you make it bigger and smaller. That's the advantage of an SVG. But once you have an SVG in your file, scalable vector graphic, it's actually a kind of text in a particular language that is used to create this. And once you have that object in here, you can be assured that no matter how big or how small you get it, the lines will still be as they are supposed to be. See how clean those lines are? No blurring. So, but Word's not where you use those. You can use it in other areas. The power of scalable vector graphics. So I think when it fixed the, I think when the AI fixed the inner HTML problem it had on the system loading, I think it, in the same movement, broke the initialization of the canvas. The canvas is where we're doing all our work. Oh, get up and stretch. If I could close out the day with this app stabilized, that would be a good thing. Then I can move on to the next thing. I also have access to Epidemic Sound. I've got a license there. I think I could enjoy adding some sounds to my apps, but that's not necessary. Not in a minimum viable product. So here the AI is controlling the opening of the application. It's still working. It's slow, but it's working. Meaning the AI is working on it. It's evaluating its logs. Going to help it with a screenshot. Let's see if it loaded any configurations. What's supposed to happen is whatever you have in a grid, when the window closes, it automatically saves that, and then when you open the grid back, when you open the app back up, it reloads the last config. Also, the demo, the artful demo, was instructed that every time it created a demonstration art piece in the canvas, it was to also auto-save that and then go to the next display. Auto-save that. There's also a delay in there so you can see it. But create a display, save it. Create another display, save it. And that should be all kinds of in here, and it's not. So we definitely have, and it showed at least 3 art installations, and it still didn't save. So something going on there. the AI struggling. You know, usually around this time of day, the AIs, no matter where they are, they all start to struggle. Of the ones I've been using, and I think it's because so many people are going online trying to use them. We're all sharing the same compute that's been allocated to us, or somebody somewhere with a lot of money has paid for more compute, and so the compute that we're all supposedly having access to is maybe less. This is all a hunch, just based on how the AI gets kind of dumb at this time of day. And this will last for a couple of hours. People taking out their phones, talking to the AI. People who are trying to make code, you know, they're in from whatever they were doing during the day. Maybe they stopped gaming or whatever the kids are doing, and they're turning on their development environments and they're trying to code something. There's probably, if I had to guess, I'd say there's probably more developers now than ever was, because people who don't know how to program can now program because of AI. But I gotta tell you, it really is helpful to know programming languages. That's why the people who have been programming for a long time are going to make amazing things, because they recognize the words that they're seeing on the screen. They know what's going on. I recognize what I'm seeing. Let's help it out. It looks like it's working inside the heart of the text editor now. Man, I sure am glad I'm using Git on this. So the reason, even though I'm experimenting with the disco lights, the original reason for them was I used to DJ when I was in my early 20s. And I was that guy in the dormitories who had the music, the club music, the dance music, the rock and roll stuff, all the stuff that Americans in Europe wanted to hear, and even some stuff that the Germans wanted to hear. And I would occasionally, I was really caught up in it too. The only thing I lacked was the ability to transport my equipment. I had what they, in those days, they called a coffin, which is where you had all your gear inside. And I had built a rack for the light box. And I called myself DJ Skate. And there was a different person out in these days called DJ Skate. That I was not him. He is not me. But I also referred to myself as the Music Underground, with the German word Musik. and my symbol was that of the London Underground symbol. And I had a good time. Going to parties. I didn't have country and western music, which I think what I failed to understand with that little business. I made a little money, not enough to pay for the equipment, but I made a little. If any of you remember Sound Craftsman, Sound Craftsman made some of the best small size portable amplifiers you could get. They were like the best. And I had access to a place where I could get that kind of equipment. So I was running Sound Craftsman. I was running, seem to remember the word Carver. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I don't remember from those days. No, Cerwin Vegas. I was running Cerwin Vegas speakers. I was right about the point where I was going to start building my my floor thumping bass speakers. Oh yeah, I know I'm all over the place right now, but there's this trick we used to do back in the day where you didn't go out and buy bass speakers. You didn't do that. You made them. And what you would do is you would put a vent on the bottom of the speaker, big horizontal vent on the bottom of the speaker box, and you would point the speaker down at the floor. And the purpose of that was to shake the floor. You were trying to literally thump the floor and push an airstream. There'd be like vents elsewhere to allow this to happen, but you would have an airstream flowing out of the box at the feet of the dancers. It literally was creating wind. And so they could feel the bass. You were trying to get it to where they could feel the bass. And it worked. Oh my God, it worked. It was amazing, right? But I had some bookshelf speakers. I found out that at the time, some Bose bookshelf speakers provided amazing highs. You just tweak it. You just tweak them so that all they did was highs. They were amazing at that, from high mid to high, and they had just the perfect tweeters for that. And then my Cerwin Vegas did mid to bass, and I was about at the point where I was going to start building my the floor thumping speakers. And eventually I shut all that down, rotated back to the States. A lot of my stuff came up missing during the shipment, and that kind of set me back. Stuff came back in not such good condition. But I learned a lot of lessons in those days, and one of the lessons I learned was know your market. Know who would want to buy your services. Because it turns out that there were a lot of quinceañeras going on. And I didn't know anything about quinceañeras at the time. And I could have been tapping into that market had I had the right music. And all you're doing is just setting up and playing music for people. And then it was after that, it was years later, that the Music Industry Recording Artists Association started getting involved, recording all those guys, started getting involved and wanted money for the DJs playing their music. But what they forgot about in those days was that the DJs playing the music were acting as salesmen. They were demoing the product for the recording industry. And then people would go out and buy the music. They would hear songs that they never heard before, and then they would go out and buy them. So they were literally salespeople. Yes, they were making money, but the DJs were making money as salespeople, functionally. And when they got out there, all of a sudden the Recording Industry Artists Association is like, hey, y'all are using our product, making money off of our product, and we're not getting paid for it. Well, hey folks, if you want to see where the problem is on that, maybe you should go to YouTube. People are downloading your music unlawfully copyright information that people are downloading through download services. That's where you're losing your money. You're not losing it through the DJs. The DJs are your salespeople. But they went after the DJs anyway. And now it costs a lot of money for DJs to be licensed to use different companies' music. And there are people who will go around now and they will check to make sure that you are indeed licensed. And if not, you face stiff fines or you're going to go to court. And I've been in a case as an expert witness like that for somebody, not as a DJ, and not for another person who was a DJ, but somebody who was engaging in the giving away of licensed intellectual property using a computer program on his computer. And I can tell you it's not pretty. People get scared, and I gotta tell you, if people just get objective and think about the market, I think they would make better decisions. But these days, it's so easy to go online and find illegally copied, copyrighted material all over the place, including YouTube. So I don't know who's putting the music out there now and how people are buying it. I don't know anything about that these days because I'm so far out of all that you got to be really careful. In fact, the music that I use is licensed for what I'm using it for. There's other music I would love to play in the background, but I can't because I'm not licensed for it. But all the music I'm playing for you today is properly licensed. I made sure of that. And yeah, it's costing me money. But I also use that music when I'm coding and when I'm working in the shop as well, so I'm paying for service. But yeah, those were the days, man. And the having of the disco lights, because I was in Germany, I had access to the kinds of equipment that you couldn't get in the United States. So I bought what was called a light controller, and I built my own light bar. And it worked. It did a great job. It converted the music into sound, and the lights would do what they do. But the advancements in light bars has changed so much. It's so more advanced and more compact than it was back in the day that I couldn't resist going out and getting something for the shop here for helping me to focus and try new experiments. And another reason, and this part of the effect too, was one of my friends, one of my wife's friends was over for the weekend, and they've been best friends for years, and we were joking around about disco balls and turning the shop into a disco. And so I did that for them. I put a little money aside and turned the workshop into a little bit of a disco for them so that they could, as friends, that they could dance and have a good time. And it worked. And then I started experimenting with it as a way to help me code differently. And it worked. And I'm rather enjoying it. What'll probably happen is I'll shut all this down eventually and allow the kit to cool off and then put it back in its box and put it on a shelf for the next time I want to use it. But my DJing days, they're over. They're over. But I'll bring this stuff back out again. We'll see how long it lasts. I just don't want it to get all dusty from workshop dust. Okay, working back over here on the text design canvas. Let's see what we got. That works. That works. Can we copy? Right click. Oh, it's working. Delete's working. Duplicate is working. Scale is working. Good, that's working. That's working. Rotating is working. Yay! I'm a happy camper. How about mounting boxes? Mounting boxes gone. Grid gone. Can I edit? It's long. Oh, notice how the rotation is wrong on the edit. Okay, you're gonna love this. Watch this. Align to that. Woo! It's aligned. I have been wanting that feature for so long. I'll prove that it's in there. Okay? Let me see if I can remember how to rotate this. I'm trying to remember how it works. Oh boy. Okay, I gotta grab a hold of that. Nope, that's not it. By the way, I did enable undo redo on this. I don't know if you noticed that. Let me control Y, control Z, undo redo. I'm sorry, I'm a little excited because it's actually working. I gotta remember, how do I use that again? Do I have a help in here that tells me what to do? Yeah, I forgot. There's a key combination to do the rotation, and I've forgotten how to do it. So let me go over here to the, let me rotate that 180 degrees. Now, I don't know if you noticed this, but there's a tiny little origin point here and an origin point here, okay? The big red origin is the origin of the whole document, right? So I'm gonna right click that, I'm gonna align it to that one. Look at that. How cool is that? So this is not correct. I'll have to fix this. There you go. Oh, that is awesome. Turn off the bounding boxes, turn off the grid, and you can see we still have that center point. Let's see if I gave myself the ability to turn that off. Well, looks like I've got another feature I need to add, but not tonight. To make that go away, and then I can export. So let's see if we can generate geometry. So generating geometry failed. There's a feature whereby it exports the geometry to SVG, scalable vector graphic file, and then loads it back into the client and overlays it. And the reason why I started doing that is because I noticed that there were some problems with the SVG files. They did not look exactly like they look on the screen. So I caused them to be reloaded back into this application as these blue cross-hatched letters so that I could see how bad the scaling problem was. And I had been working on that for a while, but decided that I needed to stop since it's not good. I don't like it, but it's good enough for me to allow me to start working on other things. So there is still a scaling problem because the dimensions are not exact. They're not the way I want them to be. And that's where the value of knowing programming comes in. I actually went into the program and started looking for the variables and the values and the math that were involved. And I would interact with the AI to ask it questions about what it was showing me. And it would answer. And I would start tweaking those values. But because they're scalable vector graphics, the actual realistic size that gets exported doesn't really matter. What matters is that it's, number one, that it's SVG, and number two, that what you see is actually what you get. Okay, Okay, so I'm going to save this configuration. The purpose of the ReliefForge type application is for making signs. I mean, that's ultimately why I made it. So you see we have configurations now, including an autosave. So we'll close the app, we'll reopen it. I would like to merge ReliefForge type with the other apps, but I'll be satisfied with this for now. Okay. It was supposed to reload the last app, and it didn't do that. So I told the AI that the last configuration is in the configuration box, but did not load into the canvas. So after the canvas loads, after everything loads and it's done, it should go find out what was the last configuration and then load that. It's the saving of configurations that makes it helpful to create signs. Now, one of the things I'm going to do eventually is give myself the ability to have what are called skins. I want to be able to load in skins. Basically, they're RGB images, bitmaps. You can just call it, I think the common word today is bitmap. And allow me to create on top of that bitmap. I can use the AI to, it would be nice to use an AI to reverse engineer an image that I've created using the AI, have it come up with the fonts that are needed, form those in the language that's needed for ReliefForge type, and then ReliefForge type can automatically, with the help of the AI, create the sign that is in the image. That's the goal. And that is so extremely hard. And what's keeping vendors from doing that very feature is wondering whether or not y'all out there are willing to pay for that, because that's going to be an upcharge. Because the more you use the apps for those vendors that have those capabilities on their subscription, on your subscription with them, they're going to have to charge you randomly more money in order to pay for the compute that you're using. Because compute is not free. I don't know how it found new text because there was nothing in there for it to export. So there's definitely something going on. There's a problem. That was not in the last config. That's the last config. Notice it's not loading it. Yeah, it's not loading the last config. thinks it did something, so let's find out what it did. So I'm telling it that the last config did not load. Some of the SVGs that I've loaded were not clean. I'm a big fan of Spencerian script. I love me some Spencerian script. I mean, for real. And I even write in. If you get a ballpoint pen in my hand, I can do some artwork with. It's not super good. I mean, I'm not going to call myself an artist. I'm not. Oh, they broke, son of a gun. They broke the grid again. Whatever the AI is doing, it's making fixes that are breaking the canvas. Not letting me have full view onto what it did. So I want to go back to that particular JS file. I think I'm going to have to intervene. But this JS file is buried. Oh my gosh, it's buried. Oh Lord, there is so much code in here. Wow. I'm almost afraid to find out what it's going to be like to clean up the unused stuff. Oh. When I do my software documentation, this is going to be crazy. Now the canvas is working. Yep, that's working. I'm telling the AI that I can select a config, but nothing displays in the canvas grid. I'm asking it, can you repair this without breaking the grid again? Because whatever you did last time is not going to work this time. So I gave it a directive. I'm indicating that the grid broke with the last action it took, so it knows not to do that again. And then I reinforced that by saying that what it did last time is not going to work. So that's like establishing a directive and then reinforcing that directive. And the AI works really well with that. So now it's adding logging to inspect the config structure without changing the canvas or the grid code. See, it's actually trying to help itself solve the problem. I'm going to ask it, see if your API can open it. Well, now I can't do anything in the AI. The AI seems to be locked. Let's try this again. Okay. Oh, let's see. Can you use... No, I'm just gonna... I'm not gonna ask it. I'm gonna say use the API from... This is important that you say from a client. Use the API from a client to load the configuration called Happy House Beer. First, we're going to see if the functionality is working, because according to the API, every single feature I have in the app is supposed to be accessible through the API. Now, you would not want this open on the internet. I can tell you that right now. You don't want to have your applications accessible to people on the net. That's just dumb. That's dangerous. I have these open only internally so that I can establish workflows, automated workflows. What I could see doing in the future is creating a kind of a relay manager that access the security, and all these Internet of Things devices would be back on a network that's protected. And load up all that security onto the relay proxy. But I can still see adding extra security layer. When you're doing an minimum viable product, security layer is not something you consider. You do have to allow for it, but once you've achieved minimum viable product, meaning, hey, things are working, then you go in and you start adding in some other layers. People will tell you should do that from the very start, but I got to tell you, when it comes to AI coding, the less you have in the program, the better. Because when you start adding on other layers of application capability, it just serves to confuse the AI even more. That's why it's important to standardize your work. So the AI seems to think that, through the API, that Happy House Beer had 0 labels, and in fact it's coming up here in the drop-down box as having 0 labels, which is not true. It had 2 labels. So the problem isn't necessarily the loading. The problem appears to be in the saving of the configuration. So I'm gonna add two arc texts. And then I'm gonna save that. Should be the same. It's not allowing me to change. Oh, it's got a malfunction. It's not allowing me to modify Happy House Beer. Ooh, yeah, that's a logical error indeed. I'm supposed to be able to load a configuration and modify it. See, it lost my configuration. Oh, I found another issue. So I'm supposed to be able to load a configuration, and I'll eventually change it so it auto loads as soon as you click it. And then I'm supposed to be able to bring an item into the field, and it's supposed to allow me to modify the loaded configuration, and it is not. It's treating it like a new configuration, and that's no good. There's the test save it did, where it had 0 labels. That's not good. So it's already starting to determine that we have a problem with the save. I'm having it do an evaluation of the property, variable, parameter, JSON, or whatever names through the entire save and load process. Because it's clear to me that there's a logical error there. And most likely it's the name of something's wrong. AI's thinking about it. I'm hoping that once we get this stabilized, we can show you the demo. But this is, look, this isn't television. This isn't a fictional show. This is what the speed of reality is. When you talk about alpha level stuff, alpha level development, things don't always go as planned. I did not go into this presentation today with the intent of even demonstrating any of this. I'm working on what I want to work on when I want to work on it in this particular project because it suits me. Now, when I'm working for my daytime employer, I'm working on what I need, what they need me to work on when they need me to work on it. And I'm trying to squeeze in R&D whenever I can. But I get most of my R&D done here at the house, here at the workshop, on new ways of doing things. I can't code out work stuff here on this computer. It's just never going to happen. That's not proper. But what I can do is I can figure out how to do certain things and learn the skills and then take those back up to the workplace and then use those skills at the workplace. In fact, there are things that I've done here today that I will not ever show you 100% how I did it. Some of the stuff you'll figure out on your own, but there are tips and tricks that I use that I want to keep proprietary to me, that I'm never going to share with you. Even though I've shown you a lot, you're not going to get to see a lot of how I do things. Why? Competitive advantage, that's why. Okay, so let's reload the app and see what's going on. Okay, so it was in the load process. The load process is where the problem was. So let's go back to, okay, look, it's working now. Yay! Happy House Beer is still missing things. Let's see if I can edit now. Nope. Editing a loaded configuration is not something that I intentionally enabled. I knew that I could create a configuration, save it, and then load it. This was a week ago. Maybe longer than that, sometime over the holidays. But a lot of what you're seeing originated over the holidays. I worked straight through, really long days, more than 12 hours a day. Just straight through. And I think I took 4 hours off one day through the Christmas break and the end of the year break. But that's the reason why I kind of burned out on Wednesday of this last week, and I just couldn't. I needed rest, and I spent most of that day sleeping. I felt like crap, man. It's like your body breaks, and I know that I have that extra in me to go further, and I do. I tap into that. But you get to a point where your body just says, no, dude, you're done. And we call that exhaustion. And people who push past the exhaustion barrier, you can do that, but you're at risk of heart attack when you do that. I'm asking it to load one of its other configs and see if it can edit it. Because if it can, then that means it's not a logic issue, but a user interface issue. By the way, did you know those are different? A logic issue is the basic functionality of the application. If you strip away the user interface and went with a different interface, you have the logic that remains. That's the basic business logic. The user interface is the user interface. So if you have a basic business logic error, which it looks like maybe that's not the case here, then it could be a data layer error, or which clearly we determined that's not the case. Or it could be a user interface error, which is what I think is the case, because when I do certain things in the interface, then it's resetting that configuration box position and not allowing me to edit the, it's creating a new config and not allowing me to edit the config that's loaded. So there's a new layer in the software development world called AI, where you do calls out to AI. And that's a whole new layer. So we used to have database people, user interface people, back-end business logic people. This was a common configuration of a team. And then you could have different parts of those three areas split up among multiple people. And then, because of the way the internet works today, now you have an infrastructure person, a person who pays attention to and understands that infrastructure. But the infrastructure is no longer just the hardware. There's now infrastructure as a service, which is very popular today, and you're paying a lot of money for that. And so there are people who specialize in different types of infrastructure as a service. And so now your team is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? The new layer added to all of that is AI. And that's already splitting into two areas. You have your prompt engineers, you have your software developers who specialize in the coding necessary to make that happen. MCP is a kind of software, AI software infrastructure. And there are people who specialize in AIs that are local to the computer called LLMs. And that's a whole separate discipline. So already the AI field has split up into multiple disciplines. We are now able to edit that configuration. Let's see if it'll save. How many Happy House beers do we have? We have one. So it looks like our ability to edit has now been fixed. I want to mention that it would have taken a week for a software engineer, maybe days, for a software engineer in the old school, and now I can say that old school is before AI. So that means I come from the old school. Actually, I come from the, if I think about the different generations of software development capability, I am from the old school. Old school? Something like that. So when I look at AI development, we had a lot of failures today. I mean, a large number of failures. But I can tell you that we just went through about a month's worth of work for one developer in one afternoon. I mean, how long is this video? For real. How long is this video today? Just the section of us working on the text designer, on the ReliefForge type. That's a month worth of development that you saw here, just like for one person, a working adult. I'm not talking about somebody working on this all day, every day. I'm talking about somebody who works on the software development, maybe on the weekends. It would have taken me months to do this, but I was able to do it in a few hours. Working as a part-time developer on your own home projects, been there, done that many times. I gotta keep learning. I can't stop learning. I have to keep learning a new way of doing something and figuring it out and making it work. And I love that, man. I just absolutely love that. All right, let's stop rambling. We're gonna change the music. Different genre. We're not going to do it in country, that's for darn sure. Not for this one. And I'll be right back. Getting just a tad bit more coffee before we start this demo. I noticed the time, and I switched from coffee to getting a little something to eat. All right, I'm back. Okay, we're going to comment and push. It's yet another service you pay for, is the ability to have private libraries. Now, I could do that locally. I've done that before, but I want to set myself up a local internal server before I set up my local Git. I've been observing and learning from other people who set up their own SAN, storage area network, and watching the advances in that happen. We're getting to a point where, coming soon, I'll put together my spend plan for a little home server. It'll be a pair of them, actually, and have them copying between them. Then we'll use a private Git using some techniques I've learned in the past applied to Git that allow me to maintain standardization in case of catastrophic failure or malign takeover. So yeah, that's more of an infrastructure thing. I haven't had to think like that in a long, long time, but it's good to know, good to implement, have a plan, even at a high level, because it gives you the ability to move forward and figure out the details. All right, let's see. We can tell it to start now. Yeah. The Epic Art Show was like really cool. Let's see if I can do it now. I'm gonna ask it. Does the save each config? I wanted to save all those configurations because some of them I like. So I will be able to devise from this a kind of a markup language, which I'm a little excited about. That the client can turn into, or even the API could convert into a configuration on screen. I can teach that to an AI and drag and drop pictures and have it convert them to the right language and import that into this and let it convert them. I'm really excited about that possibility because when I see signs that I like, I take pictures of them. And there are so many signs all around you, you don't even know. But you got to be careful because people's artwork is copyrighted. Oh my gosh. I didn't have very much to eat, but it sure was filling. There's something about all these flashing lights that normally I would want to go crawl underneath a table in a dark room and just wait it out. A quiet dark room. But something about the overloading of my senses has helped trigger some other brain activity, I guess. Brain cells firing, other neurons firing, in order to influence the pathways for software engineering and design. I don't know how that works. Maybe somebody listening to this knows what's going on there. But this time it worked. that's the other cool thing about apps like this, is being able to create the source material. I gotta wait for the CPU to settle down. Creating the actual source material that one can project onto a surface and do other types of art with it. So this isn't limited to just a sign. Somebody could use this to derive a texture. I mean, the sky is literally the limit with what you can display with this. Once I get RGB and tiling put in there, oh boy. I'm not saying I'm going to do tiling. I will be doing RGB in it because I need the ability to skin for tracing. So it's going to create a lot of art. This is going to be a big file. I don't even know if it can load it. I may have to break it up into multiple pieces. Watching it create the epic ASCII art show. Oh, is it complete or is it still writing? Nope, it's still writing. Yeah, that's true. This art has never existed before in human history. I don't know if anybody else has ever developed an app like this before. I'm not doing this to make money. I'm doing this for fun. I'm doing this so I can make some really fun stuff for friends. I had it all wrong for decades, man. I kept trying to create apps with the intention of, or products and businesses with the intention of trying to make money. And that's the wrong direction. You should not do something for the purpose of making money. I mean, you can, and you can make a lot of money that way, if that's your purpose. I changed my attitude when I got into my late 40s, that I should do things I enjoy doing. And just be good at that. That's enough. And it was after that I realized that I'm a problem solver. That's what I do. I solve problems. And my background is not management. My background is technical. You look at a manager and they clearly have a management background. That's all they ever do. That's what they naturally tend towards. Other people tend towards certain skill sets. I tended towards research and development, figuring stuff out, solving problems, seeing what's inside the black box, and to me, Schrodinger's cat is a freaking joke. I don't like Schrodinger's cat at all. That whole thing about the cat in the box is nonsense. No. Either the cat is in the box or the cat is not in the box. And even at a quantum level, it can't be both. It's either there or not there, period. It's a bit, man, 0 or 1. It can be nothing else other. Either the cat's in there or it's not in there. And I'd say, you gotta be looking at why is the cat in the box in the first place? And if I'm the cat, either I'm in the box because I want to be there and I'm enjoying the quiet and taking a nap, or somebody put me in the box. Maybe that's the question people should be asking, and do some math around that. But that's because I'm a systematic thinker and a problem solver. And the other challenge for a lot of people is they don't know what this is. See, managers are very linear thinkers. A problem solver, like me, is not a linear thinker. I'm a non-linear thinker. I can jump from subject to subject like that. Just like that. And that compounds the confusion when trying to have a conversation or even just talk. When you're talking with somebody, if you're a non-linear thinker and you're talking to somebody who's a linear thinker, they're having to practice a huge amount of patience. Okay, so it's introducing emojis and Unicode. We do not want emojis in Unicode. No emojis and no Unicode. Look, I know you guys love emojis and Unicode and all that stuff, but I'm here to tell you that today's state of the art, it breaks the code. You'll be spending so many hours troubleshooting, and it turns out there was an emoji or some Unicode in there. And I gotta get that in there right away. Otherwise it's gonna continue making emojis and Unicode. Be possible for it to do some animation with the fonts in a demo. That's not useful for a static SVG file, but it would be useful for a demo. So yeah, it would be possible to make it move things, rotate in a way that has a smooth movement. I think the most wonderful thing for this app would be if it can produce beautiful portraits of thousands and thousands of characters that are elements of a larger picture. That would be beautiful. Like a picture of Abraham Lincoln, or a picture of the Statue of Liberty, or perhaps like the eagle on a coin. It would be beautiful to see that kind of artwork being produced by this. I think we have the fundamentals for doing something like that, and then to have it exported to an SVG file, if that SVG file can be imported into Fusion, then I can have it cut into wood. Oh my gosh, that would be so beautiful. And let's add on top of that, what if I could take the SVG and wrap it as a, or work with it? Oh, I already know how I would do it. it would be possible for me to use that source SVG and have a surface that's curved. I mean, I know how to do that. That's a CAD thing. But yeah, that would be like one of the most amazing things I could imagine, is to create familiar art in a different medium with modifications using all fonts on a very 3D surface. Oh boy, howdy, that would be awesome. The sky becomes the limit at that point. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that what it produces is going to be this beautiful thing of high detail and high quality. Dude, this is an alpha development project. Don't expect a lot out of it. But you will be amazed. If not slightly confused, you will be amazed. And watch when we first run it, it'll be like, didn't work, broke. Then I have to spend another hour and a half fixing it. I've got to do a validation step. Oh, it is using stroking. Stroking is where you create extra thickness on a letter or on a font character, on a character, by doing a little bit of extra painting outside of it. Stroking around the outside, with like you're stroking with a pen or a paintbrush, stroking around the outside perimeter of the letter. You could do some cool stuff with that. Some rotations. It's using Arial. I'm gonna tell it, you are not allowed to use Arial for this demo. Y'all see that I'm typing this in. I'm telling it, you're not allowed to use Arial for this demo. Arial has its place, but not in this demo. It's going to have to refactor the whole file now, because it has some ideas in mind of why it wanted to use Arial. The reason why I don't want it using Arial is because it's so overused. I would use Helvetica in a sign before I would use Arial. Helvetica is a sign font that you see all the time. You don't even realize it. I even have somewhere in here fonts that are intended for a display in a jet pilot's cockpit. I mean, it's pretty wild stuff. I wonder if I could tell the AI to create a layout for a spaceship cockpit. That would be interesting. Or the layout for a piece of ham radio equipment, you know, and just see what it produces. Okay, so I've got rid of Arial. I'm going to comment and push now. And we're going to tell him to start the show. I don't even know if you can hear me, man. The music's so loud. All right, we're going to start the show now. Well, I called it. It's malfunctioning. I have no idea what the AI is going to show us. It's just showing it to us. The AI created all of these. It's also playing around with turning the space between the letters. It would be possible to set guardrails or limits on what it's to do, and it would comply with that. But this is just open, free, AI, do whatever you want to do stuff. There's massive stroke right there, and it's got some white text on white background, which is not so good. When I export these to SVG, they will show up in those colors. Now, nothing, no guardrail, no rule involving quality standards were applied to this. It's just doing whatever it wants. Already we can see that it has a pattern that it likes. There was a demo I had it do a couple weeks ago of Avant-Garde, and I'll ask it to play that one for you. So it had 40 scenes there. Birth of the Universe, Mythical Creatures, Typography Dance, Sacred Geometry, Cosmic Finale, and then Business Signs and Advertising. Let's see if it has its Avant-Garde one. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay. Put your demo files, put your demo scripts into a folder called demos. Well, it's got a lot of scripts for that. It's got to look through all the JS files to find them all. Just amazing. Do not show us the last demo, as you already ran them. Showed it, but do create a parent show that will run all the other shows back to back. So I think what it did is it created like these clients that are enabled with the code to send to the API. I thought it was really cool that it tried to simulate a wave, a sort of a motion thing using nothing but font. It still had a a multi-second delay in between each presentation, but it did effectively create a wave. Now, of course, I'm only having it do static demos. It is capable of motion and rotation. For the last demo, create a simulation of Pac-Man with correct rotations, size, scale, walls, all of it as accurate as you can get it. You have the ability to smoothly move move objects on the canvas. If you do not, then give yourself that ability and expose it in the API. So I'm going to cause it to create the ability to move objects in the canvas through the API. And then we're going to do another comment and push, and we'll make sure that the art shows that. We will have to test that. It'll probably take us a little while to set this up, but this will create something that is a major advancement in the ReliefForge type, and that's the ability for it to create an art installation. Allow a checkbox next to the grid checkbox that lets me hide CPU's maxing out. Now we gotta wait. Hide the canvas origin. So I'm going to have it give us a checkbox to where I can make that square, circle, plus origin disappear when I want it gone, just like removing bounding boxes and removing the grid. I have some signs on my phone. I wonder, given the earliness of the hour, if I can come up with a way to get conversions of existing RGB images into signs. I don't have vector art enabled in this. That would be super if I could get sign borders created. That would be less work that I have to do. You see, you can extrude in Autodesk Fusion, you can extrude the area between two lines. Lines are called vectors. Scalable vector graphics. Line images that you can make bigger or smaller. scalable vector graphics. And I can extrude borders. I could have all kinds of different border designs. Oh boy. As vector objects. I don't know that I would have enough time to implement that feature tonight. That would be a next weekend thing. But that sure would save a lot of time. There's some pretty common sign border layouts. And that would just simply make my job so easy. It takes a long time to design a sign from scratch, including the borders inside a CAD environment. So you would want a library of these things available to you. And it'd be like this massive library in multiple categories. But for the last demo that I want this thing to do before I, hit the hay tonight, is for it to show us a Pac-Man simulation. It's created a feature called Move Label. We already know it can rotate, it can scale, it can stroke, it can change font, it can do all kinds of things. Change color. The question is what is it going to do to simulate the appearance of Pac-Man and the appearance of the Ghost. So I wonder if there's already a Pac-Man font. Let's go find out. If it's a font, we can work with it. Now I've just told the AI it now has an arcade font and a Pac-Man font. So let's see what it does with it. So it's going to reach out into the system fonts and see that it's got these various fonts available, and it'll try to use them. Question is did it load? No, we got pack font. By the way, font does matter. And we're struggling to see the font on screen, but we know they're in there. And this has got some stroking on it, so let's remove the stroking. All right, let's see what it does. Test the motion through API. So I had to tell it which one is Pac-Man, which is a dot, which is the ghost. The question is it going to rotate properly? This is the fun stuff. Taking something that you've created and trying to do something fun with it. Just for the art of it. Let's make the grid and the bounding boxes go away. I don't know if we can make the center thing go away. I'll reload and see if we can make the origin go away. Or do we have more things that broke? Yeah, the canvas broke again. Nope, canvas did not break again. How can I make that go away? Did it give me something? It gave me nothing. It didn't comply with giving me the ability to toggle that little origin indicator. I probably overloaded it with too many requests. So don't worry too much if they don't rotate Pac-Man properly, because I didn't give it a reference. And we're already coming up on 7:15 my time in the evening, so I want to hurry this along. And I'm not even going to worry about whether or not it makes the dots disappear. It's just, how does it use the tools that I gave it? And I gave it very little information. Well, it's engaging in something. What's it doing? They're sending stuff to the terminal. I'm not exactly sure what it's doing here. It's sending stuff to the terminal. AI, what are you doing? Oh, it took all the shows and combined them, I think. Oh no, that's from earlier. That was odd. Okay, no worries. We're good. It's still working. It's adding that menu option for me, and it's committing it. Good, it's committing it for me, so I don't have to lift a finger. Good, I like it when it does that. It says it finished, so let's take a look. Ouch. It broke. Or it's just taking a long time to load. Origin. Bye-bye, Origin. Okay. I hope that doesn't become an artifact on display. I hope that's just a drawn thing in the background. I hope that's not something that exports. Let's generate geometry and see if that shows up. It is malfunctioning. We're not loading all of our Happy House beer items. Alright. Let's reset the overlay. Clear the overlay. Alright. Run your movement test. I am watching screen. What's it doing? I have no idea what it's doing. This is nuts. I'm loving this. What's it doing? Oh, this is so cool. Haven't got a clue. No idea what the AI is doing. It's just doing it. This has loads of problems, but it's looking like a Pac-Man screen. Oh boy. What's it gonna do with this? Okay, we gotta stop it. We gotta stop it. It probably tried to pattern match with the word P and then found 4-privet drive. I gotta tell it the exact font to use. I just gave it some instructions on how it should behave, and so we'll see what it does. I think I don't have a way to clear the board. I probably should. Like, just reset the whole board. Well, that could become dangerous. You've been working for a long time to create something, and then the AI turns around and shuts it down. Oh, our canvas is gone. Canvas is back. It's just an issue with the state of the boxes. It remembered the last state, which is good, but it didn't align that with the value of the boxes at the top. Toggling grid, bounding boxes, and origin. And I'd like to get those together in one little area so that they're not all spread out. Maybe separate them with a pipe or some kind of little vertical line. That's not important right now. What's important is that it worked. And I think that the origin that we're seeing on the screen right now, that's valuable. That's the actual origin of the canvas. Apparently, I had created an origin that was intended for the objects on the screen, and that's fine too. So I've got to tell it the difference between the two, or ask it the difference between the two, and make sure I can toggle them both off with the same checkbox. You know, I don't drink beer very often, but it was very nice to sit down and drink a beer and work on some code. I think I'll get another incense going. I did start working on a project to make my own incense, but the CNC router is down due to me trying to overcome issues with dust. And I have a more efficient design of this already created, but this is the mold. Instead of rolling them by hand, which is what people do, I want to be able to create a whole bunch of these. And I do have a design that uses these empty spaces in the middle to create more molds, but I want to be able to have these in a frame and make large amounts of them all at the same time. That right there I could probably sell to people. Oh boy. Go Pac-Man go. I have no idea what it is doing. No clue. None. What's it doing? I'm asking it why it defaulted to regular instead of pack font. I told it that it's not that told it that it defaulted to Arial instead of pack font regular, and I'm asking it why. And then I'm also telling it that it's not hiding the bounding boxes on some of the newly created text artifacts. Because when I select one of these, they're not the right font. So I select that. That's coming up as 4 Privet Drive when it should be pack font. See if I can change it to pack font before it blows the screen away. It's not changing on the screen. That's disappointing. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Use pack font. Pack font regular is broken. Pack font regular is not working. It defaulted to Arial because it had problems with rendering, and it detected that. And so it defaults to Arial when it has problems rendering a font. That's an automatic protection that I put into the app. Now, what's important here is okay. That it was using pack font regular is my fault. I got one of them was working, one of them wasn't working, and I got the two confused. I need to remove the pack font regular. See where we are with the AI. Okay, we're going to close the app, open it back up, because I don't have a reset yet. It's 7 o'clock, 15 minutes, a little more than 15 minutes past the last time I had mentioned a time hack. And let's see what we can do with the 15 minutes we had. Run the Pac-Man demo. Now that it's using the right font. So it's using Arial the whole time. That might be why some things look weird. It's still using Privet Drive. I gotta stop it. That is Arial. So it's got some problems. So you can see it's creating a lot of movements a lot smoother. That's good. So that part's working. It is rotating. I'm telling it that when it creates a new label on the canvas, to not put handles or bounding box on it unless I click on it. That's going to give a more intuitive experience to the end user. It's not selected, so don't pre-select it. It found a problem with the use of font name. It got confused between the concept of a word called font, a variable called font, and a variable called font underscore name. And it's fixing that now. When it makes a fix, it's automatically updating Git, which is fine. Now it's working on not putting handles around it. Now, I'm telling it to give me a button to clear the canvas of all objects. It should automatically expose that to the API. I'm not telling you it will, I'm just saying it should. So because of the lateness of the hour, some of the work that I was previously doing today with reverse engineering some small parts, I'm going to set all of that aside. Put the measuring tools away for that. Make sure my drawer here is nice and well organized, and it is. Close it. Look around to see if there's anything else I need to do to prepare to end the night. There's a few things. We'll do that right now. Okay, it's still working on changes. I'll bring it over so that you can see it. It's still working on changes. So if you're just now joining us, we created over a period of several weekends and the holidays several different apps. One of them is called ReliefForge Type, which allows me to create what are called SVG or scalable vector graphic files in a what you see is what you get interface. And I enabled it with an API so that the AI could talk to it. And it can create what I refer to as demo files, where in this particular case, it is creating a simulation of a Pac-Man game using its generic knowledge of how that should be set up and using the tools available to it through ReliefForge Type. And this is a demonstration of several different features that are available. Now, if I wanted it to use a special kind of a border, I could have trained it on that. I didn't. We're using what it knows. And it could go even farther if I told it to do it. Right now, we know that we've got probably 500 or so individual characters on screen right now. And we got it to finally use some smooth motion. We're dealing with a problem where it's not picking the right font, and it found a syntax error, not a syntax error, it found a logical error in its code, and it fixed it, we think. And according to what I'm seeing on screen, the AI knows that having a button that clears the canvas is a dangerous button. And the AI already has picked up on my pattern of wanting to save often to push often to get. It's doing that for me. Now it's adding the clear canvas option to the menu. First it had to create the business logic. Now it's creating the user interface button. Okay, we're going to reload. We're getting more and more features in here, so it's going to take it longer and longer to load. Because right now it's all spaghetti code. It's not properly organized, encapsulated. Oh, I like how it created a red button. That's nice. Don't press the red button. I wonder if it'll clear the artifact origin. Let's see if it clears the artifact origin. Nope, it's immune. Happy House Beer has 402 labels. Oh my gosh. Will it load it? It's not loading it. So, Happy House has 400 plus labels. Why is it not painting to canvas? It should instantly load onto the canvas. So what should have happened is Welcome to Downtown should have disappeared, and our Pac-Man canvas should have loaded. It did. It finally loaded. It just took it a long time. Or did it? Or did the AI fix something? Let's look at that. I think it might have saved it in like a JSON or something, and it's just taking forever to load it. Blob storage would, some kind of data type blob storage would be a lot faster. I suspect it's loading from a JSON, because loading a large JSON takes a while. And I don't have a button to create a new label. Well, son of a gun. When the AI says optimizing the load process bottlenecks, and then it starts changing code, there's about a 75% chance that it broke something in the optimization process. But who knows? Maybe it'll surprise me. I do like the fact that clear canvas is way over on the other side of the screen. You want dangerous buttons to be out of the way of the usual buttons that you click. So I'm not going to move the clear canvas button over to the other buttons. I like where it is. It keeps me from being dumb. Because you have to think about it, you know? If you're going to reach up and delete something, you need to have really thought about it. That means delay. You need to give yourself delay. Now, let's try it and see what happens. Ooh, that loaded fast. Oh, that was quick. Oh my gosh. Ask and you will receive. Look at that. Bam. And it didn't break. Let's see if anything broke. Nope, nothing broke. And look at this. Undo. Control Z. Control Z. Why isn't Control? There we go. Undo. Oh. Okay. It's still displaying handles around here. So handles are still displaying. Handles are supposed to be part of the border or the bounding boxes. Let me give it some more instructions because I think we found the problem. We'll give it some more things to think about. When I hide bounding boxes, and I know I misspelled it, who cares? Handles are considered with the bounding boxes and should be toggled also. So I chose those words carefully as a way to reinforce and connect it with the concept of the bounding box toggling with the bounding box checkbox. I could have been more precise with my language and actually call out the bounding box checkbox, but that's okay. It'll figure it out. Interesting. You can see it's creating a new button. Good. It's giving me a new configuration button. I like it. I'm hoping it puts it down here below the configurations. But who knows where it's putting it? Now while it's doing that, I'm going to try to clear canvas. Clear canvas does not work. It could be that it's taking a long time. Could be that the undo capability is a bottleneck. Now, if all those text artifacts disappear, then that tells me it's the undo that's having an issue with efficiency. Or the button doesn't work. And notice that when I resize the window, the button, the artifacts, or the controls on the right aren't working. So the clear canvas button is actually rather complex. That's more like a macro, a button that causes a bunch of other things to happen. Ah, it's supposed to be popping up a confirm. I'm supposed to get a confirm pop up, and I'm not seeing it. It's possible that it may have come up, but it's just hidden below layers of things. I'm not going to run around the room and do push-ups and sit-ups and get all excited. I am going to sit here and write this code with the AI. I'm not going to create 50 to 100 agents to solve this. I'm just going to let the AI do what the AI does. I could add in a bunch more agents in here if I want to. Not going to. I'm focusing on solving one problem at a time until the application works. Too much human in the middle stuff going on. Now, I will eventually have some tools that do some amazing things, but not today. Alright, are we done? Can we have at least one amazing working tool today? I mean, that's stable. Oh, it's going to take it a while to load this. Let's find something smaller. And Control Z to undo. Ah, didn't work. It just simply forgot to add that to the undo redo architecture. You gotta have that last little bit. What if somebody accidentally undid it? And if I remember I don't remember exactly, but my intention was for undo redo to survive past closing and opening the text designer, that it was just a universal thing. In order to have features like that work, someone has to write the code for it. They don't just magically happen. And then optimize it. And all kinds of stuff can go into an undo redo, all kinds of different data types. You have no idea what a person is doing. But if I blow away my canvas and then realize, oh my gosh, what have I done? I need to have the ability to undo that. Now, the way Fusion gets around that is Fusion takes it to an extreme. Autodesk Fusion will give you a history line. I'm not ready to go there. I could give you a history line, but I don't want to go there. And I could allow you to go back and forth through that history by sliding an icon or something. I mean, those are all great features, especially when you're working on something fairly complex. But then you have to recompile everything going forward, or reorganize everything going forward, and that is so complicated. I don't want to go there right now. Not in a minimum viable product. Minimum viable product is not going to have that level of history. I've been lucky to get it to this point. All right, let's open it back up. We already know that Neon is going to be empty. It will have auto-saved Neon. So Neon should have nothing in it now. Neon sign has nothing in it. So we're going to just add a bunch of text artifacts. See, I'm not even going to get into moving them all out of here. They're just all there. I'm going to clear canvas. Okay, that. Then I'm going to undo. Control Z did nothing. It did nothing, you guys. What happened? The AI is gonna go, oh, you want to use keyboard controls too. Oh, okay. Let's enable that. I mean, it was working like a few hours ago. Help's not working. I didn't know I had distribute vertically and horizontally. I may have to try that. I didn't ask for it. I think that's really cool. But I'm not going to check on it tonight. There's undo redo. Yeah, even the undo button up here is not working. So yeah, it's got a malfunction with undo redo. Because we've been working on this for so long, it forgets that we are not using emojis or Unicode. Emojis and, Unicode break your code, period. But it might actually be working for user interface. Okay, we're going to restart the app. I don't know if it saved it to the redo. Let's find out. And it did. How deep does that rabbit hole go? Oh! So here's what happened, folks. It actually was saving the data in the undo redo database. Save. That is champion right there. Now let's go back to Happy House Beer. We're going to get rid of the grid, the bounding boxes, the origin, clear canvas, clear all 402 objects, Control Z. It might take it a while because it's a lot to render. Undo redo did not happen on Happy House Beer. I'm going to delete Happy House Beer so it's no longer an issue. Okay, we're going to create a new configuration. New configuration is not working. So it gave me a new configuration button, but the underlying functionality is not working. What I want to see is I want to see the pop-up come up where I can name it, and then it saves it. Now I have a new configuration saved into the system. I so want to put in an auto hide feature for the left-hand properties area, but not right now. That's going to be a kind of a major configuration of the user interface and invites all kinds of other problems. Yeah, technical debt is the right word, but I'm looking at technical debt over a timeline. I do want to get to bed at a reasonable time tonight and not be in here till 1 in the morning because I got to work tomorrow. Can already tell you that my short-term memory is starting to go, which means I'm tired because I forgot to light this guy. All right, let's close it and open it back up. this bar not resizing when I these option box bar not resizing when I shrink the window is annoying, so I'm going to fix that. The problem is the annoyance. I don't want the annoyance. It's interfering with my creative flow. All of this stuff had a start. Back in the old days, we had nothing. Nothing. And then framework upon framework upon framework. Update, upgrade, capability enhancements. More and more frameworks. And then eventually we got to where we are today. So what you folks are using today is built upon millions, probably if I had to calculate it, millions of hours of people working to make it to where it is today. I'm surprised that any of this works. But you get enough people working in the same direction, this is the kind of stuff that happens. I mean, and to think it all started with an ape picking up a stick, you know? Or something like it. Some hominid, some humanoid creature picking up a stick and sticking it into, I don't know, an ant mound someplace to get some dinner, you know? And look how far we've come. We got people out there trying to go to the moon again. Got people trying to go to Mars. This is an amazing time to be alive. Y'all young folks, you don't understand. All of this has happened in a really short amount of time. And there's whole generations of adults today who wish that we had the stuff that you have today. The cell phone you have, that was science fiction back in the 70s. Pure science fiction. Only out of Star Trek did we see something like that. And then the very first cell phones that came out were these big boxy things. But then along came Motorola with an actual flip phone. And it behaved exactly like the flip phone in Star Trek. And we just lost our ever-loving minds over that. I had my little Motorola StarTAC flip phone for years. So I couldn't use it anymore. The concept of a Star Trek pad, that was science fiction, man. And now a lot of kids just take advantage of it. It's just called an iPad or a pad. You know, it's amazing time to be alive. Yay! Oh, you all have no idea. This has come so far in such a short amount of time. Oh, let's try Pac-Man now. Oh, wait. Commit. Push. Pac-Man. Then Pac-Man. Let's see if it figures out what I'm saying. If it can understand what I'm saying here, then that means I might be able to come up with a new way of talking to the AI. It just needs to associate what I'm saying with certain actions. But I got to do it in such a way where it minimizes the use of tokens. And I do have a way to get it to count that, but I'm not ready to work on that right now. Not here. And I have to do it differently than I'm doing it at the office, so I got to come up with a whole new way. Oh, that's a lot faster. You remember how slow it was before? Oh, that's so much faster. Yeah. So it makes me wonder where else we have bottlenecks. I'm just gonna sit back and watch this one. This is just cool. This is fun. Oh, it's so simplistic, right? Oh, we got Pac-Man. We got the ghost. Pac-Man's going. He's doing stuff. The dots aren't disappearing, but that's okay. Oh, Pac-Man disappeared. Where'd he go? Oh, they got Pac-Man. He's exploding. Bye-bye, Pac-Man. You've seen it here first, people. A simulation of Pac-Man running on a font generating program that was all created by an AI. That's too funny. All right. Let's see what else we can make. Okay, so it's struggling. I'm going to help it. Oh, I like the ability of not having to have bounding boxes all the time. That's pretty handy. So I'm having it create a kind of a matrix, if you will, that allows me to copy and paste from the screen so it can get an idea of what these other little fonts look like, what the characters look like. And in doing so, it gives it an opportunity to know how to use them in a creative sense. For example, I'm about to have it create a demo of Galaxian, and it's not going to know unless it knows what each of the characters looks like and can relate that to the concepts of the video game called Galaxian. Now, I haven't given it any kind of customized on-screen collisions and other features like what to do with if I want to actually play a video game inside the canvas. I'm not interested in that. All I'm doing here is coming up with ways that I can get the AI to work with font better. And this is all going to lead to the ability of the AI to get to a point where I can have it recognize stuff inside an RGB, for example, and how to simulate that in font. Oh, this is nice. It's giving itself an actual matrix. Good. Very interesting. No clue what it's doing, but it's doing it. Looks like somebody took someone else's existing font and modified it. People who are experts in fonts would be able to look at that and know right away which font was used to make this. But it's clear that somebody hacked somebody else's font. Now I'm being very simple with this. Very interesting. Very interesting what it's doing. And so now it's going to try to OCR what it sees, which would be a mistake. It should be trying to recognize images. And it may struggle with some of the images because they needed to be further apart. That's all right. It'll figure it out. Let's see what it can do. What I'm doing right now, I've never done with this AI before. Never. I'm excited to see it try. And I can already see some errors in how it did what it did. That is also fine. It's not important. I am looking forward to seeing if it can create Galaxian. Or was it Galaga? Galaga? Galaxian. Let me find out. Oh. Oh. I had completely forgotten. Galaga was the 81 version of Galaxian. No worries. We're all good. Same line of games, different name. So this is going to be the demo where I try to see if it can actually understand and interpret a picture and convert that into something in font on the screen. Oh, it's trying. Oh, it even made reference to the word sprite. Sprite was a word that we used years ago, especially in the Commodore 64 days. A sprite was, how do we say, like what an icon is today. A tiny little area of graphics that could be moved around. And a sprite could look like anything you wanted it to look like within its limitations. You had so many pixels across and so many pixels high, and you could move that sprite around on the screen. As the concept of sprites became more complex, then you were able to change color of different parts of the sprite. Early days, you couldn't change, if I remember correctly, you could not change the color of a sprite. It just was. But now, we advanced forward a few years, and you had the ability to have multiple colors in your sprite. And you could move that sprite around. And then, the sprite had another sprite, I think it was another sprite layered with it, to where you could make it look like it's moving, or doing something, like flapping a wing, or moving a turret, or just something like that. So you could, I think they were, I never got into sprite programming, I just remember bits and pieces from my childhood. So everything the AI is doing right now is really just creating the demo. I do know that it was working on helping it to understand the nature of each character in a font, which is huge. And it looks like it called it Font Mapper. But it's good. I'm gonna need to take a look at, not tonight, but I'll need to take a look at how Font Mapper is set up to make sure that it doesn't overload itself and become too big of a JS file. When a single file becomes too big, it's just untenable. It's just, you don't want that. You want files to be small as possible. You can have one file that points to multiple other files, and that's fine. But even that file should not get too big. You'd have to chunk that up into some parent categories. Oh, yeah. It's actually trying. You want to be careful how many commands you force down the throat of the AI, because you can actually overload it with too much. But you can see on the screen that it is actually trying to create what it thinks is Galaxian. Right down to the shooting of the laser beams at the objects above. I'm curious to see what happens when there's a collision. This is hilarious. I love it. And it's doing this all through an API. Oh, look at that. It blew up one of the ships. This is hilarious, you guys. As much as it could, it tried to faithfully render this, with very few commands given to it. Oh, what you can do with an AI these days, just amazing. Yeah, it looks like crap. I see it looks like crap. But understand that these are baby steps for an AI. All created with an AI, operated by an AI, and it's, if you really wanted to, you could crank out a video game. It is possible. But all of this is just a demonstration of a font application. And if I export this right now, here's the crazy thing. If I export this right now, it will export as an SVG. And we can look at it. It won't have motion or any of that. You'll just get the static SVG at any moment in time at the moment of export. Yeah. Fun stuff. Oh my word. I wonder what happens when that entire column of characters hits the laser line. Will they all explode at the same time? Yes, yes. Oh, hilarious. That the AI even had the knowledge to detect that. You understand that the AI had knowledge to detect that, and it coded that out. It's even got a, look at it, it's creating itself an object called sprites. What's going to happen is that if that laser line keeps going, is it going to explode what it thinks is the title up there? I think that's the high score area. Is it going to make the high score area explode too? Oh my word. What happens? What happens? It's going to happen. Is it going to explode it? Nope. Oh, that's crazy. And it's still going. There's a background process running that's still sending these to the screen. It'll keep going until the AI tells it to stop sending it. I hope it set a limit. Oh, too funny. Too funny. This reminds me of a day a very long time ago when I modified somebody's Defender game in Macromedia Flash to I think you were a hotlink flying through space. No, what were you? You were something flying through space. And you had like different things for bullets. Like one was a piece of toast, a sliced piece, a piece of cut toast, Another one was like a hot link. You were shooting hot links. Another one you were shooting hush puppies or something like that. But the thing is that all of the items that you were shooting, these were all related to the restaurant and were actually images that came from plates in the restaurant. And it was just hilarious that it actually worked. It used to be on the Wayback Machine, but they've discontinued that. I might actually have that hiding someplace, but this in a file in some drive somewhere that I've forgotten years ago. Who knows where it is? But it's where I kept some of my old source code, uh, especially some for the Internet Remote Base. InternetRemoteBase.com, that was me. And I had created an application system, really, that allowed you to control a two-way shortwave radio over the internet, complete with audio, two-way audio, two-way control interface. It was the world's only Star Trek LCARS interface to a communication system. If Uhura were in the next generation, it would have been the interface that she used, and mine was real and it was functional. And you had to be a licensed radio amateur to use it. And people did use it. I couldn't get any of the amateur radio companies interested. None of them. I couldn't get the Star Trek crowd interested in it. Nobody was interested in it, except a few users, and nobody was willing to help me pay for the project. It was ahead of its time. But it sure was a lot of fun. I would take it to shows, amateur radio shows, and hook it up to just a receiver, a computer-controlled receiver. And people would get up there and they would mess with it. It was awesome. Touchscreen and everything. This is back before touchscreens. I actually had to attach a touchscreen to a glass monitor for people to play with it. Now y'all take touchscreens for granted. But there was a time when we did not have touchscreens. And I was there creating apps designed for touchscreens before there were touchscreens. At least before they became ubiquitous. But it's been like that throughout my entire career. Little tiny things here and there that I was just ahead of everybody. And I got burned out on that after a while because I couldn't figure out how to monetize my ideas. It took me up into in my 40s to realize that I was not the guy who goes out there and makes money with it. I'm the guy who tinkers and makes things work. I'm like the Wozniak. Probably a cross between the Woz and John Wayne. I used to describe myself that way for a long time. I'm just fascinated that this thing is still pumping out code to make this game. I wonder how long it's going to play this game. How many objects do we have here? Or is it like just moving the same objects? Oh my gosh, it's only got 65 labels. The number of labels is like relatively small. It's not like 400 something labels from the other one. Pac-Man had a lot of labels. Their little ship was way, way, way down here. I didn't even see a ship. It actually put what's supposed to be our ship inside the ranks of enemies. But who cares? Look at it go. And what is this vertical line with a dot in it? Is that supposed to be coming from the bad guys to try to hit us? Hilarious. Oh, I love it. Oh, this is nuts. I'm getting a lot of entertainment out of this stupid interface. Oh my gosh, how is it still doing this? Oh, AI, what logic did you use to keep this motion happening? Or are you still feeding? No, it's not. It's in its code. It's talking to the AI. It created a program and it's talking to the AI. Look, here, let me show you. I don't think it's sending anything to the API. Not directly. I mean, we're at the bottom of this execution. There's nothing being sent unless it set it up as a background process. It could have done it as a background process. Oh, just nuts. It's still going. It's still playing the game. Okay, what is it? 8:14? Getting closer to me needing to shut down. 9 o'clock's the limit. Oh, I'm so looking forward to dark mode. I'm gonna love dark mode. It's more stuff to deal with, but who knows what we're breaking. But the ability to change my background color is actually quite important. Oh, look at that. It automatically recognized to check and update the origin marker color for dark mode. That's clever. Checking workspace bounds color and ensuring it's visible in both modes. How cool is that? Updating the workspace bounds overlay to be adaptive. What does that mean? That's interesting. It looks like it's going to give us the ability for dark mode across the entire app, not just the canvas. That's unexpected. It's nice to see, but it's unexpected. Well, while it's continuing to run, I'm going to... I didn't have that much for dinner, just like a tiny little handful, like less than a handful of food. So I'm going to go get me probably a hot dog and a pita bread or something. And I'm going to heat up that hot dog with a blowtorch. we still coating? Well, it's still working on it. All right, I'm gonna heat up my dinner with a blowtorch. It started melting the fork. I had to stop. Now I'm heating up the pita. I've got other ways that I could be cooking these, but I've never heated up dinner with a blowtorch before. I thought I'd give it a try. Just see what it's like. Oh, it's putting a nice toast on this pita. I have to remember this when I'm in the kitchen. I'd want a silicone mat behind it, of course. And I need to find out the actual temperature at the various parts of the flame for culinary use. I've done some things with a culinary blowtorch before, which is what I'm using right now. I love it for toasting sugar when I'm making special coffee for friends. Ooh, that's cool. I haven't used a culinary torch in a while. Culinary torch off. Yeah, you don't want to heat up a plastic fork in your food like I did. It'll release stuff into the food that's not good for your brain. Oh, it's hot. This sucker's hot. It's just a hot dog wrapped in a pita. I gotta poke my head outside. I can hear something moving around out there. Hang on, I'll be right back. Well, something was definitely out there because I could see some stuff has moved. It looked like it was trying to get into the burn barrel because I could see stuff over by the burn barrel moved, and that was the sound that I heard, was sounds that are related to the burn barrel. But it won't have much luck with that. Who knows what it was? Probably a possum. I can't believe this game's still playing. That's some client code someplace in here talking to the API. I hope it didn't create an actual Node.js script and make it part of the app. That would not be desirable. It's supposed to be using a client. It's going faster now. I think it might have created it as part of the app. That's not cool. I'm gonna delete it. Yeah, I think it's part of the app. I don't see any background process flags going. What? What? Hey, look at that. It created a Galaxian demo. It's not perfect, but who cares? It created a little spaceship. It's got a bunch of little monsters up there. Here, check this out. The client is sending a stream of data. It's sending a stream of data at the API. Oh, it broke. Probably overloaded a buffer. Too much data. Still one of the coolest things I've seen in a long time. Another question is, was it upping the score? The other thing is, I don't know if it's actually interacting and playing the game, or if it's just playing a show. I don't really care. It works. I mean, is it detecting collisions and then responding to the collisions? Or is it all part of the show? So, like, is it actually playing the game or is it a movie? So let's ask it. Are you actually playing the game or is this a movie? So if you just recently joined us, uh, yeah, I'm a little excited because I spent a lot of time after hours and on the weekends and across the vacations for the holidays working on several apps. And one of those, they're all tied to what I refer to as the CNC pipeline. And it's a series of apps that's designed to do or to help me to do the things faster and easier that are part of creating signs and things cut in wood. And I could go out and buy something, but I decided to do the make decision first. Instead of going out and buying something, let's go ahead and use what we've already purchased, which is access to all this AI stuff. Let's build something. The first app I started working on was a text, what you see is what you get text editor that allows me to export that text design to an external file that we call an SVG, a scalable vector graphic. And then I can import that into my favorite CAD program and prep it to actually go to the CNC router. And I'm used to that. And there are always ways that we can speed things up. But I thought, well, let's give this thing an application programming interface and allow the AI to communicate with the program through that API. API is just like, here's a hole in the fence and you can reach through that hole and do stuff on the other side of the fence. So I allowed the AI to do that, but what's on the other side of the fence is this application that allows you to put fonts on the screen and rotate them and change their size and change how they look. And I said, why don't you create a demo? I gave it a video game font, and I helped it to understand, I helped the AI to understand what the different characters are in the font, and it created its own map to help it know, what these different characters are in the arcade font. And then I told it to create, as faithfully as it could, and I gave it a screenshot for it too, of the video game Galaxian, which is the precursor to Galaga. A lot of you remember Galaga, but before Galaga there was Galaxian, which was a very much more simplified version of Galaga. You had Galaxian, which was the simplified version of Galaga. And sure enough, when I asked the AI to create that demo, it did. And this is the second version of its demo, and this is even better than the first version. So the AI is learning. And now I've begun to wonder, is the AI actually playing the game? Or is this a movie? Because my idea of a demo is just a movie. But the game didn't have very many characters in it. Like 68 characters, 61 characters. And it was behaving like a game. It wasn't behaving like a movie. And I wasn't seeing a lot of... I really wasn't seeing a lot of telemetry going from a client to the server, to the API. So that made me think that that was like embedded as part of the application as a game. But then the next time it created a version of this game, I could see that it was sending a lot of telemetry. Here, I'll show you. I've got it paused right now or stopped. But look at all this telemetry that it was sending. It was sending this to the API. And I'm like, dude, And I asked it, are you really playing the game or is this a movie? So I'm excited to see what the response is. Because right now there's no information coming back to the client to tell it, what's the result of its action. It's just, here's the API. Anything you get out of the API, that's what you got. I mean, we can scroll up through here, through the console, and see what it was doing. It is doing a lot of stuff. But there's multiple consoles open right now as well. We can look at those other consoles, see what's going on. Nothing real serious there. So it's acting like it's a movie. But it could have some other background process going on that I don't know. Or it could have embedded it inside the application. I just don't know. Oh, it's a movie. What would you need to make it a playable game that you can play only through your client to the API server? So it's going to need some kind of feedback. I'm not willing to code that out tonight. I'm just asking the question. It'll try to code it, but that's not what I want. Huh. Interesting. Well, it answered the question. Oh, that is just hilarious, folks. Let's go back into TextForge. Now we're going to try something new. Now for something new. We'll upload a picture to you. as accurately as you can with all the possibilities available to you. Make a super accurate, highly detailed depiction of the image in the canvas. All right, let's see what it does. Let's go to our library. So we got pictures and my faithful dog Arthur, who passed away recently. So if it can do it successfully, let my dog be the first one. So I've zoomed way out, and we'll see what it does. I should have told it to use however much space it needs, but that's okay. We don't want to overload things too much. It's going to first try to create a very simplistic one. Now, this might be a bad choice to give it. I'll clear the canvas so it can start over. I think it's still trying to build from the last one. We're going to shut it down and let that one error out. And we'll stop all the processes in case one of those is the background process. And we'll start the app back up. pretty sure there's a Node.js app running in the background that's going to continue to send to the application. I'm wondering if that demo was part of the app. That troubles me that it's doing that. It's supposed to be doing it through a client, not through the app. Autosave's got 310 labels. So it was trying to build something. Let's clear that canvas. And then we're going to save that. It's actual configuration called autosave. No, I didn't save the Galaga one. I probably should have, or the Galaxian one. I probably should have saved that one as config, but that's okay. No big deal. Oh, look at that. It's the AI is using trigonometry. It's making me wonder how many labels it's going to create. And you see I've got Arthur's picture right next to the screen so we can watch the progress. Here, let me move this over a little. Leave Arthur's picture down here in the corner, someplace where you can see it. It's batch creating labels. That's interesting. $1,700 labels loaded and still going. Now, this is just an AI that has tried to look at an image, and who knows how it decomposed that image and extracted information from it. And it's trying to recreate it using a what you see is what you get text engine. I'm thinking already this would be way too many polygons, too many vectors to bring into CAD efficiently. I suppose you could call this a stress test of the app. Is the app scalable? Is the app capable of working on a computer that's designed to be the normal computer 5 years from now? But this is the kind of test that eventually leads to something more efficient, like a language. This reminds me of raster scans. Oh, there's so many labels, it's having problems with resizing the window. I wonder what my CPU is doing. The GPU and CPU are going nuts. Oh, look at that. 3D rendering. Check it out. The CPU is going sky high. Oh, I hope I don't burn up this poor laptop. It's actually quite cold in here, which is going to help it to stay cooler. Oh, how bad is the damage here? Is it going to work? I didn't even know if this is going to be like not even close to the image, or is it going to be close to the image? It doesn't look like it's going to be anywhere near close to the image. But who knows? I sure hope it doesn't try to spell out like a giant word dog. That'd be hilarious. What's it even using for characters? It's not letting me zoom. Trying to zoom is maxing out the CPU. Oh. What are those characters? They're small, whatever they are. It's like a dot, some kind of paragraph symbol with a stroke on it. What's it doing? Can I make it fit? I gotta wait till I can actually get control. The CPU's maxing out. I can't get it to fit on the screen. I'm clicking the fit button and nothing's happening. Fit. So it's like these little paragraph symbols that have been stroked. And like a dot. Let's see if we can select one. Can I even look at one while it maxes out the CPU yet again? I can't even scroll. It's doing kerning. It's setting the size of it. You can see what the text is in the box right here. Nope, it didn't stroke. Let me see. I want to select, I'm going to try to select at least one to see if it'll happen. It's not letting me select. It's like it's on some kind of an autopilot. But I see different spaces between them. What I'm trying to understand is it changing the kerning, or is it changing the kerning between letters, or is it putting a stroke on some of the letters? I'm trying to get the properties window to disappear now so I can see how many labels we're up to. Crazy! I can't even get it to scroll. That, my friends, is a stress test. Well, that's what you do, though. You see how far you can go. I'm sure we're up into the thousands of images right now, or thousands of labels. It's thinking. There's a lot more CPU activity. It's thinking hard. It's doing a lot of math. It's not letting me see how many labels it created anymore. That's off the screen. See if it can handle resizing. I'm gonna shut down Autodesk. Oh, don't save. That'll free up some memory. And some cycle time. Get my faithful buddy up there. Yep, Arthur was a good dog. He was quiet, but he would let you know when somebody was around. He loved chasing squirrels. He loved chasing deer. And as far as Arthur was concerned, a horse was just a giant dog. He was fascinated by those giant dogs. When told to, he would stay right by my side, and he would only go when I told him to go. He learned the word alert, which was to look around, stay alert. He learned that from me. It was his natural tendency to want to do it anyway, so I just turned it into a game for him. And he would stay alert. He would sit right next to me, and he would look around, just all alert. You could see the jerky head movements of him looking around. And he was imitating me, because I was showing him what to do. And he would not go. He would talk to you. He would tell you he wants to go. But he wouldn't go until I told him to go find it. Or tell him, go get it. Go find it. And I'm sure there are a lot of Amazon drivers that saw him running upon their vehicles after they got into the vehicle. Because that was about the only time I had really to practice with him on actually going after something, was after the Amazon drivers got in their cars. And I would not have allowed Arthur to hurt somebody. He was too gentle for that. He wouldn't hurt a person. Not somebody who was a friend. He did have it within him to attack and to rip skin. We almost put him down because of that one time. He had attacked a family member, and we had a come to Jesus family meeting about Arthur, because we had to make the decision of whether or not we were going to continue or if we were going to put him down, because he had attacked a member of the family, and it was an adult member of the family. But I saw to it that both members of the family, both the dog and the human member of the family, who's higher on the chain than the dog, that they both had sessions together that were supervised by me, to where they spent time together. And I hope that that did some good. I know that Arthur mellowed out over the years. When he came out here to the countryside, he really mellowed out. So I see that the AI looks like it's trying to get a, a picture, if you will, of his beard, his white beard. So because it's almost 9 o'clock, I'm going to stop it right there, if I can. I'm going to set that off to the side while it's stopping the demo. Let's see if we can zoom in. Oh, I wish I could see how many labels we have. Oh, I'm sure it's in the thousands. It's really slow at rendering. Oh, it killed the process. And I'm pretty sure it didn't save it. So I think what it did is it killed all the Node.js processes, which is no good. And of course it didn't auto-save it. Oh, we don't need that anymore. So there it is. You've seen some pretty advanced stuff tonight. Not all of it successful in one way, but very successful in other ways. What happened to that show of the other demos? I'm asking it what happened to the demo of the show of the other demos. And it does. It has run all demos. So let's see if it runs it. And it's excluding the ASCII art show. I want you to have a chance to see the other demos. Elsewhere in this video, you can see the ASCII art show. And there was a different art show that it created, which had some fairly interesting stuff. And I'm hoping it's one of these that it's about to show you. It's asking me if I want to run the dog show and the Galaxian, and I'm like, nah, just run the demo show now. I'm excited that you had a chance to see this, to see something new. And now I have an idea of how complex this can get on my system. It's working on some issues that it's having with accessing the demos. So basically I created a demo that repoints to all the other demos, excluding the art show, because you've already seen that tonight. I don't want to bore you with it. So far you saw a Pac-Man demo, and a Galaxian demo. And those were movies. It wasn't actually playing the game. But that the AI could sort that out and try to recreate it with what it knows about the fonts that are available to it. That's groundbreaking. That's new. That's bleeding edge. That's getting ready to be able to do other things that I never thought possible. This is the one. This is the one I wanted you to have the chance to see. Why did it pause? Why did it pause? It stopped on the Majestic. So it's having a problem. It showed the very first one, but it's not showing any of the others. So I think it's going to need to refactor the other demos, mainly because we've made so many changes to the app since they were created. I think part of the reason why what you're seeing here is much better than the earlier demo is because I was paying for a smarter AI. To produce this right here probably cost me a few bucks. What's supposed to happen in some of the demos is they're supposed to show you this image layout and then save it as a configuration. And then I can go back through the configurations and decide what I want to keep and what I want to delete. But using the smarter AI, I can tell you, does create better layouts. That's without a doubt based on what I'm seeing. The art demo that I saw earlier was very simplistic. The art demos that you're about to see are much more complex. So it wants me to kill and restart. It did save it. It even saved it in dark mode. How cool was that? I wonder if it will remember the mode. Nope. Okay. I just told it. It asked me if I restarted, and I told it I restarted. Notice that the application used fallbacks and is offering you the opportunity to look at details. That's interesting. So it should let us look at this for a few seconds and then move on. That's working now. Let you have a good look at it and then move on. See what I mean by more complex geometry? That's what using a higher cost, higher token cost AI can do for you. So yeah, I paid a lot of money for these. But it was to prove that it works. These were created by the AI, I don't know, a week ago, a couple of weeks ago. So I'll be able to train it, give it some backgrounds it can work with that are designed for wood. And I'll just have to sort all that out. And I'll figure out a way to get some vector graphics in here so that I can do that. I found it interesting that it attempted to make borders. This was, I think this particular demo was before we allowed it to do the complex stuff. It was playing around with variations of the two text artifacts we had at the time, which was just linear text and arc text. I don't know if any of these were stroked characters. It might be, but it doesn't look like it. Not bad for an AI. That looks a little bit like a lot of exit signs I've seen that are lit up in hallways. The arrow's wrong, but still, it got pretty close. Just a simple laundry sign, simple dry cleaning sign that could be put in a window. The other part of this is, hey, check it out. You're looking at an artificially created application that has a movie running on it to show you what it can do. Tell me the last time you saw that. I don't remember this demo. This is kind of cool. This must have been with one of the expensive AIs. Literally just built one layer at a time. Oh, I remember this. It was attempting to simulate skylines. It wasn't quite getting it right, but you could see how it's trying to create buildings. Now we're getting into the animals. It tried to create animals. Golden Retriever here. That's a tabby cat. Even with the M on the forehead. And at least got that right. I have no idea what that is. What is that? Before it leaves the screen. A tropical parrot. A goldfish. It looks a little bit like a goldfish. Not much, but a little. Fish, bird, cat, dog. Pet gallery. Oh, I love it. Honestly, I have no idea how much is left. I'm in here like amazed, just like you are, at like, what else? What else has it got in there? New York Fashion Week Spring Collection. That's actually not a bad sign. Silicon Alley. That's kind of cool. You notice how it's tried to work with layers, and it gets darker as it goes backwards. That's it had the knowledge to make sure that what was in the layers behind it were darker. Now, how on earth did this thing figure that out? Which is kind of like a common thing. If it's bright, it goes to the front. It's making me wonder, if I grab a screenshot, what would that look like in one of the other apps? But it's supposed to be saving these. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. I won't lose any sleep over it. I won't fix it tonight, but I will set up another run of this to where it saves all of these as separate configurations. I want to take those. I want to take some of them and take them straight into the one of the other apps and see what happens when we import it into ReliefForge. The other ReliefForge, the one that allows me to have a 3D orbit on it. Iron Temple Fitness Center builds strength. Oh, the Velvet Note Jazz Lounge. Oh, man. Not bad. Not bad for an AI. It's just the simple font generator. It's not really a font generator. It's just, here's a layout generator of various fonts. Of course, this was all before it knew that it had a dark mode. It made all of these, I think, intentionally for a light background. But I wanted to see what it looked like in dark mode. See how that looks much different than this? And I think that makes a difference. Those question marks. I've been seeing those happening a lot, and I'm beginning to wonder if that was Unicode or an emoji. Those don't process well. One or the other. I'll find out, but not tonight. It still amazes me that it created backgrounds. How did it even think to come up with a background? Oh, it's showing Pac-Man. Is it going to play the entire Pac-Man demo? Oh, it is. It's going to play the Pac-Man demo. Oh, this cracks me up. Of course it's not doing it right, but it's the fact that the AI actually tried. It's moving Ghost around, it's rotating Pac-Man, and the Ghost just ate... it was supposed to be that the Ghost ate Pac-Man, but I guess that's it. And it's not really showing us anything. That was the last demo. Y'all have a great night. It's been very fun hanging out with you, and hope we can all do this again sometime real soon.